Hi.
I'm Brian, and this is Nicholas, and we are here today to bring you guys the Premier Ball League happening in Singapore 2025 to 2026 season.
We're marking the start of a brand new 25-26 season.
Indeed. And what a way to start the year. You know, we have, I think for the first time in Singapore, a 600 plus player event. In fact, I think it's 638.
Yeah, that's insane. When I heard about the number of players, I was like, wow, that is the most amount of players in a major level tournament in Singapore.
Yeah, you know, I think last year during the Master Ball League, we had about 500 plus players.
Yep.
So this year, topping that up by about 140, 150 players is massive.
It's a lot of players, right? All vying for one thing, World Championship qualification.
Yeah, the winner of the Premier Ball League gets to go to Worlds immediately. I think the second finalist gets a ticket as well.
As long as you get a one-stop over trip, I haven't really
Explore.
Well,
maybe you should book your tickets to San Francisco.
Maybe I should follow him to the World Championships.
Yeah, so anyway, right now we're talking about today's Premier Ball League. It is a very special format. In fact, from my sources, we know that this is the first and I think the only ME 1.5 format.
Yes.
And for those of you wondering what the heck is ME 1.5?
What is 1.5? What's the 0.5 mean?
So it's ME1
Alright.
with the additions of the Mega Gengar and Mega DNC decks.
So I can add cards from Mega Gengar and Mega DNC.
That is right. So cards like your Wondrous Patch, your Mega DNC EX, your Mega Gengar EX, and your
Grimsby, Grimsby's move. Yep.
A few cards which have kind of piqued my interest in terms of deck building for this format.
So to me, like any of the item and supporter cards are also included as long as they are new cards from the ME2.
Right. That's right. So like the Dawn, I think Dawn is a really, really good card.
Oh, yes.
We're seeing decks like Charizard, like Dragapult. DNC, Mega DNC EX is the cards that we're going to see in Gardevoir deck.
Yes.
100% certain, right?
One of the strongest new attackers in the Mega Gardevoir deck. Gardevoir EX deck.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Gardevoir, we thought it was going to be a permanent stay in the deck, but once Mega DNC was released, it was gone. It was out of there.
From that one piece to no piece.
Exactly, from one piece to no piece, and suddenly everyone is playing Mega DNC.
But yeah, very, very interesting format indeed. A 0.5. Okay, that also cleared up that we're not going to see Charizard, Mega Charizard X or anything like that.
That's right, no Mega Charizard X, no low punny,
low
punnies as well. So yeah, this format is super interesting. But yesterday when we were walking around the fields, we saw a lot of Goldengos as well.
Yes.
Goldengos got the buff of the Solrock and Lunatone pairings. But yeah, so yesterday's format, we were going through a Swizz round tournament. So what are Swizz rounds? The Swizz round structures for the 2025 to 2026 Asia Championship Series is a non-elimination format where all players will play a set number of rounds. Yesterday it was 7 rounds.
Yes.
Regardless of their win-loss. However, players did get dropped once they hit 3 losses.
3 losses, okay. I was just about to ask, how many losses do you mean to you automatically get dropped?
Yes, but players also do get paired up with similar win ratios or win rates to their opponents.
Right? So I assume if you have 2 wins, you fight against 2 wins, right? Oh, okay, alright. Then 3 wins fight 3 wins. So if you are 3 wins, 1 loss, you play against a 3 win, 1 loss.
That's right. That's right. So players had to go through 7 grueling rounds yesterday, and they're going through 7 more rounds today for that title of the PBL, the Premier Ball League champion.
And the chance to go to WCS, indeed.
That's right. So here's more information of how the Swizz pairings work.
Yeah, so round 1 will be totally random. Like, you don't know who you're pairing against because, again, there's no score, right? 0 wins, 0 losses. From round 2 onwards, the players with same or similar scores are matched. As I mentioned earlier, a 2-win player will fight a 2-win player. And these rounds continue until the top cut rankings are determined. And there were 128 players who made the top cut.
That's right, 128. This is actually the first tournament that we are having here in Singapore where we've had such a large number of top cut players.
I'm also assuming because there's 600 plus players, right?
That's true. But I mean, even if you think about it in the past, right? Like Master Ball League last year, we only had top 32, I think, right?
Yes.
We had top 32. Previous years, it's all top 32. During my years, it was top 16.
Yes, yeah.
So it's interesting to see how much the community has grown.
Yep.
But it's also interesting to see how many more rounds players have to play, right? Do players need to play similar decks just because it's taking the days are longer?
Correct. That's that.
Simpler or more can they play more complicated decks where you tech for every single matchup?
True. Well, today we'll be playing best of 1 in our top 30, top 1 to 8 cut. So each player, right, you win the game and that's it. If you're lost, you're knocked out.
That's it. One hit KO.
Everyone's a one hit KO indeed.
Exactly.
If you get knocked out, you are out of this Premier Ball League tournament.
That's right. So we are going to show what is at stake for these players.
Ooh, that's
right?
a lot of points.
So besides the World Championship invite for the first and second place players, you also get points.
Okay.
And these points can be accumulated throughout the season. Where once the season is over, if you're within the top X number of placements, you get your ticket to World.
Oh, okay. So there is another way to go to WCS in San Fran next year.
Yeah, yes, WCS, aka
The World Championships. Yes.
For Pokemon. Yes, they have 2 ways. Actually, 3 ways.
Okay.
So the first way is through the PBL if you're first and second place.
Yep.
The second way is that if you go through the Master Ball League and you get first and second place there.
Correct.
Or you end up with the top X number of players at the end of the season.
Yes,
And
to be
the reason why-
determined, right?
Yeah,
To be
the reason why I'm
determined.
saying X is because it's to be determined, as Nick has said. But here, regardless, even if you don't get first or second, you want those points.
Yes.
To put things in perspective,
Ooh.
all right, UBL win, all right, a Ultra Ball League win only nets you 60 points.
Oh, so if you're third and fourth year, you already earn more than you're getting a UBL win.
Exactly. And if you get 5th to 8th, you're almost getting a full UBL win, right? And as we saw last year, players who just consistently manage to get first place at GBLs and maybe like top rank, and they placed, I think, well in one of the 2 Premier Ball Leagues or Master Ball Leagues, they got their Worlds qualification.
Yep. So you do, of course, in addition to this Premier Ball League, you do have to play Great Ball Leagues, which if I was saying GBL, and Ultra Ball Leagues, UBL in short. So all these events give you points, and each point is very important if you're aiming to go to the World Championships next year.
That's right. I think the number of points here has changed significantly, I believe,
Yes.
from last season. But, it's making it a little bit more even in terms of players who are trying to qualify just through regular GBL means. It's less of a one all-in, so to say,
Correct.
into these big tournaments.
It's the chase, right? It's the chase. And speaking of chase, the participation prize for this Premier Ball League is Budew. It's a cute Pokemon. It is a meta Pokemon, and it's the most wanted for like a lot of competitive players.
It's a menace. All right, I'm just gonna straight out say it's a menace. This card has single-handedly changed the meta. I call it a menace, but honestly speaking, I love this card.
It's so cute.
All right. I mean, I was a Vikavolt V player for those of you
Oh.
OGs who know, and I love the cards that say they can't play any items from the card. Item Lock is a beautiful card and is really good in terms of slowing down the format.
True.
But beyond just the participation prize, players who do end up in the top 128 also get these sick-looking card sleeves.
I always love, right, the Premier Ball League and Master Ball League sleeves that they come out every season. And this season we've got like Mega Pokemon, right? Because of course ME1 just came out. So we got like Charizard, Gardevoir, Mega Lucario, and Gengar. And whoa, this is the chase, right? This is the chase.
This is the chase. This playmat is beautiful. We've seen it in person. It is absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to try to get my hands on one of them as well.
Yes.
But yes, players who win one match will just get themselves a playmat.
Correct. So if you're in top 1 to 8, you already get the sleeves. But if you win your first round, you're going to get this playmat.
Exactly. And this playmat you can only get through getting one win at the top cut.
Yep, and nowhere else.
Nowhere else.
But if you do win all the way up to the semi-finals, right? Each semi-finalist gets this Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX Premier Ball League promo card.
Yeah, this card is, it seems like, it's just a regular card, but when you put the stamp on it,
Yes.
it's an absolute must for the Master Set collectors.
Correct. It's a card that you cannot find anywhere else but at this Premier Ball League. Let's go straight into top 1 to 8.
So speaking of the top 1 to 8 matchups, we have a very interesting match for you guys. Right now we are showing Sven's deck on the screen. It is the Greninja EX deck. Right, this Greninja EX is extremely powerful as a Shinobi Blade attack for 1 water energy. You're dealing 170 damage, and you can use you can find any card you want from your deck after you have attacked.
Oh, it's similar to another Pokemon that's in this deck that uses an ability to find cards in this deck. Quick search with Pidgeot EX. So I love the combination. You can find any card you want and try to build up your board to defeat your opponent.
Do you want cards?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Exactly.
I definitely want cards. I definitely want cards. And let's look at his opponent, Eugene Tan's Mega Venusaur deck. This is a deck that I definitely wanted to play when the set came out. I built this deck immediately. I love the fact that it has this powerful stadium card in the deck called Forest of Vitality, which you get able to evolve your basic grass Pokemon straight onto his stage 2 form. Right?
Yeah, and you know, Venusaur also has the beautiful solar cycle, I think. Solar transfer.
Solar
sorry,
transfer,
ability,
yep.
Where you can shift grass energies out to any any of your grass Pokemon in any way you
In
like.
combination with the Venusaur, right? In combination with the Meganium, it has Wild Growth that counts your grass energy as double. Unfortunately, though, it's in his price
Yeah,
for
I was
Eugene.
gonna say, and Sven's prize isn't looking too great.
Oh my gosh!
He's prized the Grand Tree.
That's going to be very important for this match because Granchi allows Sven to evolve his Foki and his Pidgey straight into Pidgeot and Greninja EX.
But you know, we were joking about it earlier on before the stream started, right? We're saying that actually Grand Tree may not be the card that Sven wants to play. Because the thing is, Grand Tree is a stadium, it affects both you and your opponent.
And Eugene will definitely want to be using this card as well to evolve his Pokemon into Venusaur and into Meganium.
Yeah, Eugene would love to see Grand Tree on the field. So Sven here, you know, prizing the Grand Tree may not be that big of a deal.
Personally, I've played Mega Venusaur before, and most of the time, right, even if you're playing 4 copies of Bug Catching Set, which allows you to find the grass Pokemon you need, or the grass energy, you're always missing that one line, you know? Sometimes you only have the Meganium line in your hand, and sometimes you only have the Venusaur line in your hand. And then you're like, oh no, I just need that other one piece. Maybe the Granchi would have been a fantastic inclusion to the deck.
Yep, and we are getting right into the match. We see Eugene Tarn starting first. He is going to start off with that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Uses Teal Dance immediately to draw a card, and unfortunately isn't able to set up his Bulbasaurs or his Chikoritas.
But it's fine though, I think, because Sven's not really going to put pressure on Eugene early turn. He's also going to be looking to set up his basic Pokemon right now.
But you see, unfortunately, right, I think Eugene wants to have his Venusaurs down. He wants, not Venusaurs, but his Bulbasaurs down, his Chikoritas down, so that he can actually set up for his attackers, right? Sven's deck is slow at the start, but once he gets his Greninja and his Pidgeots online, it is fast, right? I mean, we have Ignition Energy, and the name itself tells you how fast his deck is going. Right? And on top of that, once a Greninja comes online, he's going to be able to snipe the small things with Mirage Barrage.
If Eugene is lucky though, and he does get the Force of Vitality into his hand, he's going to be able to evolve all his Pokemon immediately
That's right, that's right.
And get the board immediately. So it could be out of nowhere. There's always a possibility. But looks like Sven's going for an Arven turn 1 play. Because he's going to be Buddy Poffin and an Air Balloon.
Yeah, Buddy Poffin and Air Balloon is quite the standard combination that we will find from the Arven. Arven allows you to find a item and a tool card from your deck and put it to your hand. Buddy Poffin being immediately used, we will likely see a Froakie and potentially a Duskull.
Yeah, I think he's also eyeing a Budew. He could be trying to lock Eugene, knowing that he only has that one Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in play.
That's right, that's right. Sven is playing that one copy of the Budew here. So Budew being able to item lock the Ogerpon is going to slow Eugene down immensely. But, you know, the funny thing is that Eugene actually didn't play an item from his hand previous turn, right?
Oh, yes.
It signifies that maybe he doesn't have anything right now. But I think Sven's just not taking his chances and just wants to item lock him as fast as he can.
So 10 damage, and now Eugene cannot play any item cards. He did draw to a Grass Energy though. I mean, he would love to play that out. There go Teal Dance ability, will allow you to draw one card by touching a Grass Energy. Due to an Earthen Vessel, so that card will not be able to be played this turn.
Yeah, look, Eugene's hand is just a whole lot of nothing. We see the Wally's Determination there. We see some Ivysaurs. We see a Toadschool as well. So many stage 1s, but no basics. And unfortunately, I think it's just going to be a pass here. Either it's going to be a hand attached to the Teal Mask, and we see a Myra Leaf Shower potentially coming down from Eugene's side. Oh, we see the
Bulbasaur is hiding behind. What's hiding behind all those cards? And the Stadium card's in play, so is it going to be going to evolve to Ivysaur? Should be Bulbasaur going to the Sven just checking this. Yep. This Stadium card allows him to evolve his grass Pokemon immediately. So there's the Ivysaur. No Venusaur in hand though, I think. And he has that one energy to attach to Teal Mask Ogerpon, so Teal Mask Ogerpon is going to be able to attack here. So the Budew is knocked out. Eugene will take the first prize of this top 1 to 8 card Premier Ball League tournament.
And congratulations to Eugene for picking that up. But now it is back to Sven's turn. Sven here, drawing into that rare candy. He has a line where he could just potentially rare candy Dusknoir. It seems
There
like
we see it. Dustnoir's coming out.
He is likely just going to use the Dusknoir's Curse Blast effect to knock out the Ivysaur here, preventing Eugene from getting into a Mega Venusaur would be so useful for Sven, and we know that Eugene's hand isn't looking too hot at the moment. So bumping the stadium as well.
Ooh,
is going to
nice.
set Eugene back massively. We do see an Iona coming down before the Dusknoir gets used. So just making sure that all his options are available. So use Iona. Iona ensures that both players shuffles their hands to the bottom of the deck and they draw cards for as many prizes they have left. So Eugene is going to draw 5, Sven is going to draw 6.
So the reason why I believe Sven is using the Iona first is that if he uses Dusknoir will have Dusknoir's ability, it will knock himself out. So both players will be picking up 1 prize card each. Then Sven will be drawing 1 less card from Iona while Eugene will draw 1 less card. So he'll be drawing 2 less cards because of the 1 extra prize card.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all I think players' preference. Just ensuring that maybe Sven has a separate line, or maybe preventing preventing himself from losing 1 more card potentially. But there are a lot of different situations. We do see Sven picking up the Grand Tree, so he may actually potentially drop the Grand Tree here. I don't know.
He can't yet. Next turn.
Timing Tower already. But like I said, Grand Tree may not be the play once again.
That's true. Okay, looking through his deck, it's going to pick up, with Buddy Poffin here, Buddy Poffin plays, going to be the Froakie. I love this Froakie card art, by the way. It looks like it was taken from the anime. Like kind of anime cutscene screenshot. It looks very, very nice. I love this Froakie artwork.
I think it's the promo one as well, isn't it? It's got the Cosmo.
Yeah, Cosmo Hollow look, yep. Look at it, eyeing a third Froakie.
Second Froakie. Nah, there's no way he's going to play 3.
Yeah, is he going to play 3? I mean, if he could play a Duskull, he would, I think.
Yeah, it seems like he may have prized Duskull.
Yes,
I think we saw
he wants
Duskull
to prize.
prized there. So I think here he is just going to fail the second search for the Buddy Pop and uses Ultra Ball here to get rid of a Ultra Ball as well as a Night Stretcher. A lot of resources being burned here.
Yeah, you're discarding the Ultra Ball and the Stretcher. Those cards are going to be really, really helpful later in the game. Oh, but he does have the Rare Candy into Pidgeot EX, and Pidgeot EX is going to use Quick Search. As we mentioned, can find any card you want in the deck. Any card at all.
Yeah, and the best thing is that you don't actually have to show it to your opponent either. So here he just uses it to find a Water Energy, just ensuring that he's going to get that attachment. I believe you see the attachment coming out from the back Froakie, just setting up to ensure that he has a Greninja ready to attack next turn.
Yep.
Potentially even a Mirage Barrage ready to go as well, because you do need that Water Energy attached before you can attach Ancient Energy in order to use the powerful Mirage Barrage attack.
Here comes the Water Energy.
We do see the Water Energy coming to the front Froakie.
And Froakie's going to attack. It's a Tails.
So Tails means that he does, I think, no damage.
No damage at all, yep. So now going to Eugene. So I think Eugene has to be careful of Greninja EX Mirage Barrage, right? He's got to, when he plays the Pokemon now, it's got to evolve immediately to stage 2 if possible.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Eugene here is just trying to find his outs here. Seems like he's going for the Pheasant Deputy play, allowing him to draw a few more cards here. So hoping that he can draw into something like a Buddy Poffin.
Yes.
Or some ball searchers like his. Does he play Nest Balls here? I believe he plays 3 Nest Balls. There we go. We see a couple of Ultra Balls as well. Or perhaps even Bug Catching Nets.
Ooh, yeah, I definitely want to see some Bug Catching Nets. Bug Catching Nets is the most important card that he could find, though. If you get at least 2 pieces, he can find at least 14 cards on top of his deck.
Yeah, so what does Bug Catching Net do, Nick?
So Bug Catching Net, look at the top 7 cards of your deck, and you can pick up any Grass Energy, basic Grass Energy, and Grass-type Pokemon into your hand. As many as you want.
Doesn't have to be a basic or an evolution.
Doesn't have to be a basic or evolution. It doesn't have to be specifically basic or evolution. So if you are so lucky that you can find Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur in your Bug Catching set, that's an instant evolution.
I guess you could say that's a good catch.
Yes, that is. He's going to use the Ultra Ball, though, to pick up another Teal Mars Ogerpon EX. So we can see another Teal dance, I think. Keep drawing cards.
See a lot of dances coming out from Eugene's side. The Ogerpons be shaking.
Yes.
You know, we do see, I think, him having a grass energy is also, we will be doing another teal dance, hoping that he draws something good.
Yeah.
Eugene is digging, Eugene is hoping, but, you know, he's not out of the count just yet. You know, Sven's board, the water energy being attached to front means that he's not going to have a backup attacker on the back
Correct.
unless if I don't think there's a way for Eugene to take out the Pidgeot here. Eh?
There shouldn't be. There shouldn't be. None of the attacks do enough damage to knock out the Pidgeot EX. Looks like gonna be a Lily's determination there. He's gonna just shuffle his hand because he doesn't have 6 prizes. Gonna be shuffling his hand and just drawing 6 cards only.
Yeah, but look, Lily's Determination, one of the new cards coming out from MEO1. Beautiful card, is in basically 4 of in every single deck right now. Allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck. Draws 8 cards if you have 6 prizes, or 6 cards if you have less than 6 prizes, which is still insane if you think about it.
It's probably the most popular supporter card of the new Mega Evolution era.
Probably, yeah.
Probably,
I mean,
yeah.
you know what? I've seen it in almost every deck at this point.
Yes, nearly every deck you definitely want 3 to 4 pieces.
Dragapult? Yes.
Yes.
Gardevoir?
Yes.
Yes. Ceruledge?
Yeah, even yes.
You know, you see it everywhere because it is such a staple.
With the
right
6
now
cards plus Pheasantipiti's ability, you got 9 cards in hand.
Yeah, and if you already use the Teal Dance in the back, you still have the Teal Dance in the front, so you can see one more card. Eugene is eyeing up another Teal Mask Ogapon. Who needs one when you can go 3?
Yeah, exactly. You can draw up to 3 cards per turn as long as you can set Grass Energy onto the board.
So we do see a bug catching net coming out right
Here's
now.
our first one, bug catching set. 1, 2, 3.
Bug catching set, sorry.
7 cards. Let's see. Oh, I see Ivysaur. I see a Grass Energy.
I think that's a Toad School as well. So just eyeing up his 2 basic Pokemon. We do see a Toad Screw in his hand.
Yes.
So if Eugene has the Forest of Vitality, I was gonna say Forest of Giant Trees. Forest of Vitality.
Shout out to all the old players who know who knows about the most broken stadium ever. Yeah, so you got to show this card. You have to show your opponent what you picked up. So you picked up the Ivysaur and the Toad School.
So if he has the Forest of Vitality here, you know, I think Eugene will have quite a few lines that he can play. He can find his Toad Screw. He can find a Bulbasaur into an Ivysaur. No. Okay, interesting. So Eugene here opting to drop the Bulbasaur line, going for the Meganium line instead, allowing him to just double up on his energies. Seems like Eugene has not taken his Meganiums yet. He's got 1 Meganium stuck in the prizes still.
For those new to Mega Venusaur, right, the idea is that you have Teal Mask Ogapon EX to charge energy cards from your hand, extra additional energy. Then you have Mega Venusaur, which ability allows you to, the Solar Transfer allows you to move those energy from the Teal Mask Ogapon EX to your active Pokemon to attack. Plus you have the Meganium, who usually sits on the bench. Its ability allows you to double the count of that energy, so each Grass Energy counts as 2 energy. So that's the whole idea of the deck, which is why we are a bit, we are wondering what's the interesting play here, since we don't know what's going to be the main attacker.
Yeah, and look, at this point in time, I think the Teal Mask Ogapons here are going to be swinging pretty hard once they are able to attack. But Sven has something to say about it. He is going to use a Counter Catcher, which allows him to gust out a Pheasantipity from the bench. So, you know, hoping that it buys him 1 turn. And he plays his Grand Tree as well.
Grand Tree, here he
allowing
comes.
him to evolve his Froakie into Frogadier and his Frogadier into a Greninja here.
And this is the most beautiful Greninja EX.
He is playing the SIR Greninja EX here. Once again, to recap the attacks, you have a Shinobi Blade, which allows you to do 170, pick up any card from your deck, and you also have Mirage Barrage, 120 to 2 Pokemon. Here, Sven, you know, if he had that Water Energy attachment, the previous turn here could have actually sniped off the Chikorita and the Toad School and prevent Eugene from getting anywhere with that board setup right now.
So now Sven is responding with his own Lily's Determination, so he's drawing a fresh new hand of 6 cards here. See an energy card as well. And here comes the Quick Search. Let's see what card is going to pick up here. It's going to be a Super Rod. He's eyeing up a Super Rod.
Yeah, look, I think the Super Rod here is probably a good play. We're going to use the Super Rod to shuffle back the Duskull line into the deck so that he will be able to find it. And not only that, shuffling the water energy as he's only playing 4 copies of that.
That's exactly what he's picked up there. Both the Dusclops, the Dusclops is going into the deck. Duskull is going into the deck.
Yeah, and I think that is all. I don't think he is going to find another Froakie. Or is he? Yeah, he's eyeing it up at this point in time.
With a Buddy Puff in play. He is going to play down. All right. He's committed. Here comes a Duskull and a Froakie into the bench. I assume Entry card going to be set onto Greninja EX. Here we go. Water Energy card.
And we're just going to see a Shinobi Blade. Because Pheasantipity is weak to fighting and Greninja is a Terra fighting.
Yes.
He is going to do a one-hit KO on this Pheasantipity and allows him to search his deck for any card he wants. Likely, we're going to see either the Dusknoir or the Rare Candy here. No, he is eyeing up a Water Energy.
Ooh, maybe I have bosses. Oh, he's picking up bosses orders for this play. This is a very interesting play. Can probably going to snipe up another bench Pokemon. Because now he's down to 3 prizes left, right? Savan, it'd be 3 prizes. Eugene, 3 prizes right now.
Yeah, so we are finally equalized here. So if you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable with that, you know, he is probably looking at bossing out maybe the Chikorita, so just you can literally half the damage output of a Teal Musk Ogerpon with Meganium being knocked out there. Toadschool probably not too much of a worry for this specific matchup. Actually surprised to see the Toadschool
come
down here. You know, maybe trying to stop or limit the number of night stretches that Sven can use to pick up stuff like the Dusknoir or even the Water Energy. So we do see the Toadscrew coming down here with its Myrit Slime Colony.
Yes, Slime Mode Colony.
Slime Mode Colony, that's right. Prevents your opponent from picking up cards from your discard pile. Doesn't matter if it's a Pokemon, doesn't matter if it's an energy, all cards can't be picked up from there.
To your hand.
To your hand.
Super Rod, because you can still use Super Rod.
Super Rod? Okay.
Yeah, Super Rod, okay. But Stretcher? No. Night Stretcher, no. So
not okay.
Sven should have 1 more Night Stretcher in deck because he discarded 1 earlier, right?
That's right.
From the Ultra Ball. Here comes the Meganium though. Thanks to the Grand Tree. Thanks to the Grand Tree, Eugene is able to evolve his Chikorita into Meganium. So now every energy on all his Pokemon counts as double. So even on the Teal Musk Ogerpon, that 3 energy is now 6 energy cards.
Whopping 6 energies. And if you think about it, 6 energies, you do 7 times 3, you're doing 210 damage.
Yep.
Just with the front Teal Musk Ogerpon. You put one more energy there, your Teal Dance there, you put 2 energies, that's 4, that's 10 energies.
Yep.
You're doing 300 you're doing
You're doing more than enough to knock out the Greninja EX though.
330, no?
Yeah, you're doing more enough to take out the Greninja EX. But of course he doesn't have Mega Venusaur in play, so that's like he's calculating now. He's just like us, counting the number of energies here.
The thing is that he's running 10 energies in the deck. If Eugene's able to just draw it out, he will attach 2 and he will be able to take a knockout. But I don't see an energy in.
I see a Super Energy Retrieval! But he's going to commit everything. He's going to commit all his cards in hand to play the Super Energy Retrieval. He can get 1 energy only to this card pile. He's going to Teal Dance. Hey, draw 1 to another energy card. It's an INO. It's an INO play. It's an INO play. But then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. That counts as 8, right?
Yeah.
8 plus 1, 9. 9 times 3.
9 times 3 is 270, which is not enough to take a knockout.
He has 1 shot, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. He's gonna hit just enough. I mean, not enough. Not enough. Yeah, not enough.
Greninja's 310 HP.
So it's 40 shot. 30 shot.
So he does announce the attack. Interesting. I mean, I guess you got no choice, eh?
Yeah, if you really announce the attack, then that's over, right? You have to really commit it. Here we go. Sylvester now, he can turn the game around. Let's calculate the damage properly there. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 300. Plus 30 base.
No, but
right?
I calculated that.
Yeah,
9 times 3, no? Maybe I'm calculating it wrong.
And we got quick search time. And Veseven has a big chance here to turn the game around. And he's eyeing the big one. So he's taking his hand now to see what's in his hand. Okay, he doesn't see the rare candy though, so he can evolve immediately. There you go, Grand Tree time. He has both again. Doesn't need the rare candy, he's going straight up. I see the initial energy as well, but it doesn't really. You can use the Dust Storm now to explode. Here we go. So the Tailmask Ogerpon takes 130 damage. Eugene picks up one prize card as well because that Pokemon was knocked out.
Yep. And here we're likely going to see a snipe to the front and a snipe to the Toad Scroll. So Sven will be down to just one more prize after a Mirage Barrage.
We'll pick up 3 prizes here, right?
Sorry?
He'll pick up 3 prizes here and win the game, right?
Oh, so yeah, it is 3 prizes. Yeah, that's right, because it's going to be damage to the front.
Yes, that
So
should be
that
enough,
is
right?
game.
That's game. Sven wins. Sven wins. He survived. That Greninja EX survived by 10 HP. And he picked up 3 prizes to win the game.
Holding
Out of the
on.
blue. Out of the blue.
Holding on to the tips of his fingernails. Sven here winning with the Greninja EX here. The beautiful card, one of the most beautiful cards actually you can come
Yeah,
out
exactly. And that was an amazing endgame play, right? That initial energy explosion you made. And the Grand Tree played a huge role in that match.
Without the Grand Tree, Sven definitely wouldn't have won that game for sure.
Correct. He picked up that prize, evolved the Foki straight to Greninja on that one turn. And then on his last turn, evolved that Duskull straight up to stage 2 and explode.
Yeah, you know, I think the Shinobi Blade there as well, just helping him cycle through his deck, helping him pick up the specific cards he needs for that specific turn. It's a super, super strong play, and with the combination of Quick Search, allowing you to find more cards, you know, more cards
Yes.
more better, right?
Yeah, so both his double quick searches, if you can say it that way, with Greninja EX plus Pidgeot EX, finding all the missing pieces he needs to win the match.
Not only that, you have the flexibility of as taking multiple prizes,
Yep.
right? You saw that in the last turn with the combination of Dust Noise, Curse Blast ability, putting 130 to the front, Tailmask Ogerpon, and then you do Mirage Barrage, 1 to the front and 1 to the back, which allows for a 3-prize turn.
I can't wait to see how far it's going to progress. I can't wait to see if Greninja EX can storm its way all the way to the finals.
Yeah, you know, we actually saw Greninja EX win one of our UBLs recently
Yes,
here in
yes.
Singapore. So Greninja EX may be the play?
Maybe the play. And you thought that the Grand Tree would also benefit your opponent, and it did. And it did because Eugene was able to evolve his Chikorita into Meganium. But it was just one energy short of taking out that Greninja EX. I think that was the big game changer of the match.
For sure, for sure. You know, I realized why he's doing 300 as well is because it counts your opponent's
Yep,
energy.
correct,
as
that one
well.
piece, yes.
So with the one piece he did, he was short of 10.
Yeah, just shot 10. It was just shot 10. Maybe
Yeah,
consider a Vitality ban?
Hey, you know, next time I'm playing Mega Venus, that's definitely something I'm considering as well. But hey, guys, if you guys are in the area, do come on down to Suntech.
Yes,
Ball
Suntech City.
404. Here we are at the Premier Ball League. There is a lot of side events here. In fact, there's a new player event which is pretty hot right now.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people are queuing up for the beginner event.
Yeah. What do you get from the event, Nick?
So you get, as long as you are a new player, if you've never signed up for a Trainer's Web account before, you can get a deck box, exclusive deck box, exclusive sleeves, free starter deck, 30 card starter deck, and a coupon for you to redeem a bag from a official gym shop.
Yeah, and guess what, guys? If you guys are also here at Suntech City, and stopping by the Premier Ball League, you can also go down to Tower 1 and 2.
All right.
There is a Pokemon event, Cash the Holiday Magic, going down at the Atrium Tower 1 and 2 today until 9 p.m. So there's going to be heaps of stuff for you to do that. Do go on down and enjoy both events.
Yeah, come on to Suntech. There's so many Pokemon things happening right now.
All right, we're going to take a short break,
Yep.
but we'll catch you guys in just a bit.
Pokemon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokemon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokemon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokemon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos's battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokemon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokemon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down, too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while
guys, we are back. Top 64 of the Premier Ball League.
And we have an amazing match for you guys.
Wow.
I can't wait to start talking about it. But before that, I'm Brian. This is Nick.
Hi.
And we are once again back to the Premium Ball League. This time, the top 64.
Yes, all of these players have already won something. They've already won the exclusive Premier Ball League playmat.
That's right. The beautiful playmat of the key visual for the Premium Ball League. But we're going to go straight into the playlist now. Into the deck list of Justin Su.
Ooh, Dragapult EX. This has been a top deck ever since this card came out. And it's not just Dragapult, it's Dragapult Charizard EX.
This pairing is not it's not a pairing that we've seen commonly. I think moving into this format, this was pretty popular, I believe, 1 or 2 formats back.
Yes.
But now it seems like this Justin Su is bringing it back. In addition, throwing in the Chuyi as well and having Unfair Stamp as the ace spec of his choice. Very, very interesting plays.
Very sick because with Charizard, you can use its ability to charge the Dragapult EX and the Dragapult's get attack next turn.
That is right, that's right. But moving on to the next deck, and this is the spicy deck
Yes.
I was talking about. It's Slowking, baby!
Slowking is made it to top 64. Congratulations to Tan Wijing for getting in the top 64 with Slowking.
Yeah, I mean, he is seeking a lot of inspiration, and he had a beautiful day 1 run as well. 7-1 or 6-1. Seek inspiration allows him to use the attack of any of the Pokemon that he discards off from the top of the deck, and you can actually put a card at the top of your deck with the Academy at Night Stadium, which is extremely strong. But yeah, we are going straight into matches. We're looking at the
Let's see
prize
the
cards
prize
right
cards.
now. It seems like
Ooh, 2 Academy at Night for
Rizung,
yep.
having 2 Academy at Night is not great, but it's not the worst as well.
It's
right?
still one in the board, right?
It doesn't get bumped, you should be fine. And on the other side, it seems like he prized, I think, a Luminous Energy, which is actually okay. You can manage with that.
Shout out that cool last season Premier Ball League sleeve with all the evolutions on it.
That's right. Last season, we had an evolution themed, key visual.
Yes.
And so the beautiful playmat was there. The beautiful sleeves was there as well. And the match is starting. So we have, Justin is actually on the right-hand side.
Yes.
So he's playing the Charizard Paul, but it seems like Rijung just attached Air Balloon and Power.
Oh, is it going to be a... We go Buddy Puffin. The search out, I believe, should be the GP and Duskull maybe? Charmander?
Yeah, so he is going to find I believe the GPs, or maybe even 2 GPs, because
2 GPs would be good.
For the 2 GPs allow for the Draclos to come online, right?
Yes.
So you have more draw is gonna keep you in the game, especially for such a deck which has so many different pieces moving. But he opts to go for a Charmander and a GP as well.
I think he just checked
because
this.
Charmander is the main, attacker.
And the main engine as well to charge Dragapult if needed. So if when GP evolves to Jog, he already has a GP hand. That's why he went for that play. When GP evolves to Joglock's Recon Directive ability will allow you to open the top 2 cards of your deck, pick 1, put to your hand.
Yeah, it seems as if Justin doesn't have any energy, so it's what he would probably like to see in here. But no energies is fine because, as you mentioned, Charizard is an engine in itself,
yes,
which allows you to charge up energies with its Infernal Rain ability. Right, so Rijung here, pretty happy that no energies on the board for Justin. He is just gonna use Lily's Determination, allows him to shuffle his whole hand back in the deck, and since he has 6 prize cards, draw 8 instead of 6.
Hopefully he can find the Slowpoke he needs, but he did find a Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri is very good. Tatsugiri can, with its ability, will allow you to open the top cards of your deck, top 7 cards of the deck, to find a supporter card. So here comes another Natu coming out on the board with an Air Balloon attached, and going to be a Badoo. Itchy Pollen, we've already seen it in top 1 to 8. So now Tan will not be able to play any item cards in his turn. And he's just going to pass. He's not playing anything and he just passes his turn. Another big turn for the Slowking play here. A second Lily's Determination, another fresh hand of 8 cards.
Yeah, and look, I think Rijung, having played the Slowpoke as well, is ready to go. He is, I think, going to be pretty happy just to Badoo once again. He wants to find his evolutions. He wants to find his Zatus. His Zatu is his is his charging engine, right? And he needs 2 energies to use seek inspiration
Yes.
here. So he will need to find Zatu. Zatu is found. Zatu is going to use its ability, so he is going to charge a psychic energy from his hand to any of his bench Pokemon and draw, I believe, 2 cards.
Yes, it's very similar to what we saw in the first game with Tilmas Ogerpon, but with this card you can attach the psychic energy to any one of your other Pokemon to draw 2 cards instead of 1. So just checking to see the ability there. And now he's going to use Buddy Puffin. Hopefully get another Slowpoke, I believe. Let's see, looking through his deck here. I see he's even eyeing Cypher Maniac for, I think later on, he can hopefully get that to his hand. Academy at Night is in hand as well. I see he's still looking through his deck here. Looks like most of the pieces he needs are already in his deck based on what we saw in prices also. Natu is also eyeing up there. He could play out another Natu so we get 2 Zatus on the board so he can charge up another Slowking easily. And he got a Slowpoke as well. There we go. Looks like a pretty set up board for Slowking.
Yeah, this board is looking great. You have your engine set up, you have your attacker set up as well, and guess what? You can still buy more time with their little Itchy.
I think he hopes for another item lock past turn, I think. Here we go. Here comes Itchy Pollen. Let's see. Top deck draw. It's a Buddy Puffin, but he can't play it because he's been item locked. I even see a boss's orders that I think he's going to contemplate using the boss's order now to pull the Slowpoke into the active, and he passes his turn.
Yeah, look, there isn't too much that Justin can do here. We do see Rijung playing the Academy at Night. We do see a Slowking coming down. Does Rijung have a switch? No,
Yeah,
but he has a
Jet Energy! And Healer coming out as well. Healer will be able to find 1 evolution Pokemon and 1 of any energy card. So you're going to eye a Slowking and probably... I think with this already can see that he probably can get a Jet Energy, but he doesn't show the Jet Energy in his hand. He's going to take a Psychic Energy instead. Shuffling his deck now. Looks like Slowking is going to be able to attack this turn with Academy at Night. I'm not sure what attacker he has in his hand though. He's going to use the ability.
Have to be in his hand. I mean, it has to go in the
Yeah, go to
Academy
attack with the Academy at Night,
Sorry.
so the Academy at Night is going to shift the cards, right?
That's right, that's right. I'm just wondering if there's a way. I mean, I'm wondering if the play is to just, Jet
Budu.
Energy to Budu.
Yeah, Budu here and then buy another turn. I don't see any like attackers in his hand as well. Remember, so Seek Inspiration can only copy Pokemon with no rule box.
That's right.
So that if for new viewers, that's Pokemon that are not EX, not V, not any of those special looking cards.
Radiant.
Yeah, Radiant. If you
It already there.
so here comes. So he just pick up a Kyurem.
From an Ultra Ball, so we will see amazing Trifrost attack.
Oh!
Is this coming true? Is this
I
happening?
think it's gonna
right
happen.
here, right now.
It is gonna happen, I think. He does have the Academy at Night, so we're gonna see it. So Jet Energy should be. Yep, it's gonna attach it into the bench. Slowking coming out. Seek Inspiration coming here with the the Q play. We see Academy at Night. Just double checking, see everything. Yes, okay. So Academy at Night now. Switch the top card of your put the top card of deck down to the move a card from your hand to the top of your deck. Seek Inspiration.
We see
Triforce! 1, 2, 3.
Bench gets completely
Wiped.
annihilated.
Triple knockout. The Budu bought those two important turns that he needed to take the game here. So 3 prizes immediately taking a 3 prize lead.
Gets his Academy at Night, gets his Psychic Energy. Rijung is so in the game.
Can Justin come back though? He needs like Rare Candy Charizard, I think, to try and knock this Slowking out in response.
Yeah, but I mean, look, if you reckon the Charizard, he's just gonna use Regigigas. Jewel Breaker here, dealing 100 base damage, dealing 230 more damage.
got
If it's a Terra Pokemon.
And Charizard is a Terra Pokemon, a Darkness Terra Pokemon.
This is, well, when it works, it works.
It's pretty hard here for Justin. Going to use Arven. He is eyeing a Rare Candy, so he probably does have Charizard EX in his hand.
And I have a feeling this is Justin's first time playing the Slowking, so he's like, I have no idea what this deck does.
I think for many of us, it's going to be a first time if you pair against Slowking in such a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, goes to show he's 6-1 in day 1. He's 7-1 now. Likely going to be 8 and
Yeah, 8-1 now after this if Justin doesn't come back. There's always a possibility,
There's
right?
always a possibility, and Charizard Pult does that, right? It allows you to come back, but this is a 3-prize deficit, and I'm not sure Justin's board is looking too great, but we do see Rare Candy as well as a TM Evo coming out. So we do see a Buddy Puffin from Justin's side. as well. So it could be a buddy Poffin, attach TM Evo to Charmander and Prey kind of angle.
Could
but
be.
I don't know what else Justin has in his deck to TM Evo at this point in time.
It's going to be very, very tough for Justin here to come back, I think. It's really got to pray that somehow Tan doesn't manage to get back that QM from the discard pile back to his hand and put it back on top deck to use Triforce once more. If Justin managed to pull up his bench
But guess
again.
what? You have 4 Night Stretchers and 1 Max Rod to deal with.
That's going to be very, very tough for Justin if he manages to do so. But as you guess, looks like Justin is building up his board back again. Here comes the GP. Here comes the Charizard. So Charizard going to use his ability right now. Inferno Rain, we're able to charge up to 3 fire energy from your deck to any of your fire type Pokemon. Sorry, any Pokemon, not even fire type. Any Pokemon you want. So here we go. I think should be 2 going into Reset Stamp. Reset Stamp could change things here. Unfair Stamp, sorry. Unfair Stamp.
Living the past. You're living the past.
I'm too excited. Too excited about an old card that had a similar effect. But now it's an ace spec. At least it's limited to 1 per deck. So both players will be shuffling their deck right now. Tan will only be drawing 2 cards, while Justin will draw 5 cards.
That's right. Unfair Stem is truly unfair, but you know what? If Bijong is able to draw into like a Lily's Determination or anything like that, you know, even Psychic Energy.
Yeah, Psychic Energy is good. Yeah, with the Zatu, he's going to be able to attach an energy and draw 2 cards. So he could come back still. Let's see what's in Justin's 5 hand cards though. Looks like he's not able to move from this point. See a Fire Energy. I think it's an Artisan. Maybe you use it to bump the Academy at night at the very least. It's going to be a Burning Darkness. It's going to be a Burning Darkness knockout here. Here comes the Tatsugiri. Going to be able to search the top deck for a supporter card. Academy at night was top decked. So again, Zatu's ability first. Going to attach an energy and draw 2 cards. 1 and 2. It's going to be a Research.
Dawn.
Dawn.
Dude, Dawn is crazy in this deck, right? Because it allows you to find your Slowpoke, it allows you to find a Slowking, and
Yes.
it allows you to find one of the big sage trees that you're going to use as the attack. Either an Annihilate, a Haxorus here for this instance. You have 2 different options, and that's pretty much all you need, right?
Oh, uses the Tatsugiri and finds a Lily's Determination. Maybe use Lily's Determination first. Shuffle those cards instead of Research.
Yeah, I think he's going to be pretty happy.
Going for Dawn. It's going for Dawn. Oh, no, wait.
Yeah,
Okay, it goes in hand. Yeah, okay. Clear the confusion here. Vijay is playing the Dawn first.
yeah, no, Dawn makes more sense, right? Because it guarantees you something like the Slowpoke, guarantees you something like the Slowking, allows you to set up for your next Pokemon. But on top of that, if you want to get your Zatu, you can get your Zatu as well.
He's already eyeing that. He's eyeing a Zatu, the Kyurem, and the Annihilate.
Do you know what Annihilate does, Nick?
What does Annihilate do, actually?
I announce your attack and both of us get KO'd.
What? Seriously?
Yep.
Its attack means both players get knocked out immediately. Both Pokemon.
get knocked out. And guess what? You're 2 prizer, I'm a 1 prizer.
Oh my gosh!
Best trade deal in the history of
That
trade
is
deals.
the best trade deal in history.
You know, so I think this region here is in a commanding state. It uses the Clairvoyant Sense one more time to charge up the Slowking. You do need one more energy. No, that's all the energy.
Yeah,
that
that's all the energy
Slowking
needs, yeah.
To seek some inspiration. We do see Night Stretcher coming down. I do expect to see the Slowpoke.
Yep, and a backup attacker in case this one gets knocked out again.
Yep. And, you know, I think right here, Rijung is going to be pretty happy to just discard the energy from the front Tatsugiri to retreat. And he will announce, he will use Academy at night to put the Annihilate at the top of the deck. And then here we go. Again, both Pokemon get knocked out. He has confirmed that the Annihilate is locked in. He is using Triforce! Once again, 2 prizes gone.
That's it. So now Vijay is 5 prizes. 5 prizes here. That's a 4 prize lead compared to Justin. It's going to be pretty tough for Justin to come back now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Region is showing us why Slowking should be considered as a pretty. It's not a rogue deck, maybe.
I think I need to pick up some Slowkings for myself. And looks like he's already set up for an Annihilate knockout next turn to win the match.
Yeah, look, you can either use Annihilate, you could use Haxorus, you could use. No, you can't use Haxorus.
Yeah, Haxorus is
you can use Regigigas.
Yes.
There's so many different options for you, so many different lines here.
Here comes Presentipity down, but the writing looks like it's on the wall. For Justin, he's got to knock out this Slowking and disrupt Vijay's hand, right?
Yep.
Drop it down to like this 1 hand card if you got an Iono play. slow him down as much as possible and try to buy back those prizes, pick up those prizes.
That's right. You know, Justin's trying to flip the script here with with all Fez has left. You know, we do see an Ultra Ball in his hand, trying to eyeing and thinking whether he should, you know, potentially set up for a different play, either get up maybe a Pult or get up a Dreepy. I don't think he has another Charmander left. His options are looking very, very slim.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna boss this.
Engine instead.
Yes, that's an interesting play. Looks like he does not have the Iono. The Iono is in the price. I know it's in the price.
No, but Justin plays, I think, 4 copies of Iono, 3 copies of Iono.
Yes, just missing.
Well,
yeah.
4 copies.
4 copies, in fact, and it didn't manage to get away and flip the script.
Yeah, and look, I think Justin targeting the engineer is really smart, right? Because you can only use 1 clairvoyant sense. You need the 2 psychic energies in your hand. But Lana's 8 gets you 3 psychic energies. So all Region needs to do is use 1 clairvoyant sense onto the Slowking. A hand attaches another one, and you have a free retreat. So this is just gonna be a free retreat for the Badoo.
Here we go. Annihilate time.
Seek one more inspiration, one more time. Annihilate is going in. Annihilate. We'll be using Destined Fight.
Oh,
the game. Slowking wins Charizard Pult.
That was an amazing example of Slowking. That's why you should be playing Slowking if you're considering it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it had a slow start, pun intended here.
Yes.
But, you know, once he was able to set up with the Badoo, he just kept going, right? No matter how many times Slowking gets knocked out.
That produced 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
The hit that just was forced to pass those 2 turns and perfectly set up board by the second turn.
And that's the power of Badoo. You know, we're talking about it. He is a menace.
Yes.
But he also enables slow decks like Slowking, like Dragapult, like Zard, even at one point, right, to come back into the game.
Yes.
In fact, I think almost every deck was playing Badoo at
Correct.
one point.
I think if Justin was able to set up though with the Dragapult, it could have been a different game.
Yeah.
But that Triforce, it flipped the table.
Yeah,
the script.
the script was flipped, and you know when Justin played the Pheasant Deputy, he couldn't flip the script quite back.
Couldn't flip the script back. He tried to find that one of his 3 copies of Iono, he couldn't find it.
Yeah, so Slowking is the deck that I'm gonna be keeping my eyes out for.
I won't be surprised if he may go all the way to the semifinals. Maybe in the finals, you never know. So it's Slowking.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't expect Slowking to be here, right? It's not one of the rogue decks, and it's not one of the decks that you keep in mind in terms of prepping for a Pokemon TCG tournament. But I didn't notice that I think in Melbourne Regional it actually got top 32.
Ooh, yeah.
So
It was there, but I think there's always that advantage, right? You know, you're playing a very unfamiliar deck, so your opponents aren't prepared as well.
Yep.
So they're not sure what lines to take.
Yeah, that's for real. That's for sure. You know, so I'm really excited to see what match we have next. But for now, we will be taking a short break, and we'll catch you guys back later. Take care.
Pokemon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokemon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield of Protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokemon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokemon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokemon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down. A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokemon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now. your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes.
I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield of Protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes.
I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench. Abilities that activate when you take prize cards.
Hi, Nicholas here with Brian. We are back in the Premier Ball League.
Back in the Premier Ball League with the top 32 matchup. We have, once again, a pretty fire match for you coming up.
It is very, very fiery indeed.
Yeah, so, so far we've seen some pretty interesting decks, but we are going back into something a little bit more meta at this point in time. We are going to be featuring a Ceruledge versus Goldango matchup. This matchup is, these two decks have been everywhere.
Yes, they have.
So far. I don't have an exact percentage for you, but in almost, I think the top tables yesterday when we were walking around, we saw at least a Ceruledge in every other matchup.
I think it's also because both decks, in the theory-wise, in the larger scheme of things, it's very simple to play, right? It's a very simple game plan where you just need energy, attach or discard to destroy.
Not to mention, I think like both decks are pretty consistent in what they do.
Yes,
right?
definitely.
I think with Ceruledge, if you're playing either the research or the Carmine route, you're still going to be discarding your whole hand off. You're going to be getting as many energies. So you're going to be getting as many energies as you want in the discard pile for Ceruledge, so that you can deal as much damage as you can with the Abyssal Flames attack.
While you got Goldango as well, Goldango in itself is the draw engine of the deck. Coin bonus allows you to draw a card when you're in active spot. You draw 2 cards instead of 1 card when you're on the bench. Plus its attack. For every energy you discard of any type of energy, you discard 50 damage per energy discarded.
Make it rain.
Make it rain indeed. So if you discard 6 energy, you're doing 300 damage. 7 energies enough to knock out Mega Pokemon.
That's right. So eventually there comes a point where Ceruledge is going to start outpacing damage easily in the later half of the game once you get all your energies inside the discard pile. Whereas for Goldango, you're kind of going with a different approach, right? You're going to go for an approach where you're going to be drawing out your whole deck, have all the resources in your hand, and then from there just discard it away with its attack and then get it back with superior energy retrieval. So those are the two, I think, concepts of the deck. But Nick, the question here is fire versus metal.
Yeah. Right? Does metal have a fire type weakness?
Yeah, so does the Ceruledge have an advantage?
I think for this matchup, weakness doesn't really matter as much because, I mean, you're both going for big knockouts, right? And for the Ceruledge player at least, you don't need that many energy in the discard pile to go for knockout against Goldango. But you got to keep up pace because Goldango is going to be able to knock you out in return. So it may come down to who takes the first knockout and then who keeps that pace going forward. Pick up prizes before your opponent. Yeah,
I think Ceruledge here also, you're able. Both decks are stage 2 decks.
Yes, sorry,
stage 1
decks.
Stage
1 decks, yeah.
Right, so you only both can't attack with their bench Pokemon. Both have their basic Pokemon. They need to evolve first before you can actually start dishing out damage. But the trick question, or not the trick question, but the question here is any of these decks able to do a single prize board state?
Goldango can. So Goldango does play the new Mega Evolution set, Solrock and Lunatone. The two Pokemon together have changed the meta, with some decks be able to incorporate both into their deck. With both in play, the Solrock is able to attack for 70 damage, ignoring resistance, ignoring weakness as well. The Lunatone, as Solrock is in play, if you discard a fighting energy, you can draw 3 cards.
Yeah, it's extremely powerful combination. You know, we call it the Luna Rock.
Luna Rock, yeah.
Combination here. And with these two cards, right, you're not only able to have a pretty stable draw engine with the Luna Cycle ability
Yep.
from Lunatone, but you also have a really good attack in Soul Rock as well. So Soul Rock also doing 70 damage is enough to KO the Charcadets
Yes.
if they're playing the 70 HP variant,
If they're
which
playing,
is the more popular variant. I've seen
Correct.
some people switching it over to the 80 HP variant specifically for this matchup. But even then, they're able to take out your 80 HP Charcadets with either Vitality Band or even a Premium Power Pro.
Yep.
Right, so you're right. I think I think Gozango here actually does have that slight edge because you can maintain a single prize board state first, and then trying to bait the Cerulege into evolving their Charcadets into Cerulege, and then from there, you know, taking 2 prize knockouts consistently.
Correct. So they're trying to aim so that the Cerulege should pick up that first prize, giving them an odd prize count number. Then the Goldango will start taking 2 prizes. So technically, the Goldango is still taking the prize lead because you're taking 2 to win the match. Again, in Pokemon, if you take 6 prizes, you win the match.
That's right, and you know the thing is, if you're taking more than 6 prizes, it doesn't mean you're gonna win more.
No, it
right?
doesn't at all. It doesn't at all.
It means that you just took longer to get there.
Correct.
Right. So when the professionals or when the players play, right, they're always trying to bait the opponent to take more prizes than they actually need. And now that we've seen the resurgence of Mega Pokemon or 3 prize Pokemon coming back, it actually makes for interesting plays that players can do.
Correct. You get 1 prize, then pick up 3 prizes to go back into a even price number count. Also, the Soul Rock, like Goldango early on in its meta, especially throughout its lifespan, it always had such a weak early turn because you can only attack with Goldango most of the time, right?
Yep.
And if it's like partnered attackers are also stage 1 sometimes. For example, Scizor.
Scizor, yep.
Yep. Also stage 1. So you don't really have that early turn, but Soul Rock really changed the game because not only we got this example here with Charcadet, right? But imagine if you're pairing up against Charmander, you can knock out Charmander. Bulbasaur, if it's the 70 HP or 80 HP, is not. GP as well. But a lot of meta Pokemon gets knocked out by this Soul Rock.
Yeah, well, enough yapping from us. We're going straight into the game. The prize cards will be shown, and the prize cards really do matter. This is a
yes. I think if like the Silver Edge player or Goldango player doesn't want to see a lot of basic match. Ooh, the Goldango player does have a Soul Rock and Lunatone in the prize.
That's the Cerulege player. The Cerulege player is playing, has 1 Soul Rock, has 1 Lunatone in the prize. The Goldango player has 1 Soul Rock in the prize, 1 Gimmighoul as well. Gimmighoul not being too big of a deficit because most of the time now they're going for either 3 or 2 Gimmighouls. Only Lana's Aid, not necessary for this matchup, but is unfortunate to see there. On the other side, Rao has 2 energies prized, and yeah, that's about it.
This is
not too bad.
This is a pretty awesome matchup here. Terry, I believe, is currently ranked number 1 in Singapore.
Yeah, not only is he now the number 1 player in Singapore, he was the past season's number 1 player.
Ooh, yes.
In Singapore as well. So this is SG's number 1, SG number 1's player playing against one of the best deck builders.
Yes, so some people may not know this, but Ralph is the brains behind the Zygarde EX deck from way back when Singapore reached the top 4 of Worlds back in 2018 in Nashville. So Ralph was the one who came up with the inspiration idea for Zygarde EX. So we're seeing a top deck builder here going up against Singapore's number 1.
Yeah, look, and honestly, these 2 guys are good friends. They all play in the same shop here at Goodness Gracious Games in Singapore. So this is like average Tuesday night casual.
This is a shop. This is a regular gym battle,
but with stakes on the line.
With big stakes on the line to go into top 16. Another step towards Worlds qualification.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we only see this matchup happening at the top 32, but nonetheless, it's gonna be an exciting match to see. You know, once again, keep just refreshing everyone's minds here. Terry is playing Goldango, and this is his deck that he's been piloting ever since its inception. He is the Steel-type gym leader in Singapore. And Rauf here is playing that Cerulege. Rauf chose to go first. I think he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Oh, but Terry did start with a Soul. I think that's what you want as a Goldango player. Start with the Soul Rock, let it get knocked out, let Ralph take the first prize. But Ralph picking up the Fighting Goal is going to realize that 1 Soul Rock and 1 Lunatone is in the prize, so it's going to be limited to that just 1/1 copy in his deck.
Yeah, but look, I think the 1-1 is all you need at this point in time. You know, you have your night stretchers that you can kind of pull back your Solrocks or your Lunatones from the discard pile and put it back on the bench if necessary. But
I think the best is that it's lucky that you don't get 2 Solrock or 2 Lunatone in the pricing. That would be the worst situation.
redeemable ticket kind of angle here.
That will be a redeemable ticket kind of angle, but you know, not many players do play redeemable ticket to get that card back
Of course,
on the price pile.
not many players do. But here Ralph is going to be happy with putting him down his Solrock. He realizes that his that he's got one of each prize, but he's going to quickly find out that Lunatone, I believe.
Here we go. Here comes the first draw now.
Luna Rock combo is currently online. Ralph here, I believe he does have an energy to use his Luna Cycle, so going to be pretty happy once again with that.
The Nest Ball allows you to search for any basic Pokemon you want in your deck and put it down on the bench. It can be a basic Pokemon with no rule box. It can be a Pokemon EX. It can be a Mega Pokemon EX like Mega DNC. So it's
Yeah, Mega Mawile as well.
yeah, Mega Mawile as well. Any basic Pokemon. So, but the perfect setup here, as we were talking about earlier, both players want to try and keep that one prize board state as much as possible, right? It's a bit tough once you start taking that first prize. Unless you're able to take a second prize while both players are still maintaining a single prize board state. Which is very rare.
Very advantageous though.
But
Very,
possible.
very
But
advantageous.
possible. Looks like Ralph is eyeing an Ultra Ball play here. He's going to discard a Squawkabilly. That means he's keeping his hand cards. I see 2 Fighting Energy in his hand as well. Discarding another Fire Energy, of course. With Armor Rouge, you want to have all those energies in this card pile, so he wants to discard that Fire Energy as well.
Cerulege, you mean?
So it's Cerulege, sorry. the wrong Chakra evolution.
Yes, yes.
The wrong Chakra evolution.
But
So-
you know what? 2 energies in the prize right now. Ralph picking up that Char Cadet here. He is just going to be attaching a fighting energy to front, likely to retreat that, and he's just going to be putting, I believe, the Soul Rock, and he's just going to pass there. This is just protecting the Char Cadet, making sure that he has his quote-unquote ammo online and ready to go. And even though if Terry does use, I don't know, just uses the Cosmic Beam attack from
Yes.
the Soul Rock, he needs to augment it with a Premium Power Pro in order for him to take a knockout on the Soul Rock in the front, which is a precious resource that maybe he could have kept slightly later in the game.
If Terry plays Premium Power Pro, oh, he does play, there's 1 right there. So, like, I've seen some Goldango players play 1, 2, or even 0, right? Because they want to maintain consistency. The Premium Power Pro only works with Soul Rock as the attacker.
Yeah, it does, but you know what? It's beautiful because with 40 damage, right, you're able to hit the 110 range, which
Yep.
is such a beautiful number right now in this specific meta because of things like the Monkey Dory, things like the Soul Rock, things like the Lunatone. And Soul Rock Lunatone is in a lot of these decks nowadays, right?
Yep.
You have your Cerulege, you have your Dango. And no, that's pretty much it.
That's it, Meshman. So Terry's using Buddy Puffin, picking up his 2 Gimme Goals. He does have another Gimme Goal in hand, so I think triple Gimme Goal play coming right now. He just needs a Lunatone, which I'm not sure if he can find. I can't see what's the supporter card in his hand. He got the third. It's a Professor Turo scenario. So he does not going to be able to attack with Soul Rock here because he does not have Lunatone. He said the energy is going to pass. Okay, so he's going to Valve's turn now.
Yeah, but look, passing there is completely fine, right? You don't need to greed for the KO. You don't need to do. You can just happily leave your Soul Rock there. Raouf does not have, but the deck typically does not play the Pyramid Power Pro, so Terry knows that he is safe there for at least 1 turn. Attaching the fighting energy onto the front Soul Rock allows him to retreat later on if he needs, and he's basically looking at Raouf and going, okay, hey, look, so do you want to evolve your Cerulege now?
Yeah, do you really want to? He does. Ralph does draw into a Professor's Research. He fetch his hand and fetch new 7 cards. He does have an Ultra Ball as well. He can evolve into Cerulege EX. He could. There is that possibility if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, look, this hand size for Terry is not super impressive at this point in time, so it's plenty. So it's okay right now for for Raouf to just
just chill, right?
just chill.
I see that Terry also, from his current hand earlier, I see a lot of energy cards, Professor Stuo scenario, but nothing much else. So I'm a little bit concerned that he's not going to be able to proceed with his turn after this. Right? He needs to get a Gold Dango or something like that. He needs to draw some cards out of his deck. What he really needs now is a Lunatone, though.
Yeah, I mean, either that or a Nest Ball for a Goldango, right?
Or you Nest Ball for Genesect
Genesect.
EX. And
For
Genesect
a
EX is
metallic
fine.
single for a Goldango. That's
Yes,
what I meant.
correct. You're gonna be missing the middle piece, just the middle piece. So looks like a Nest Ball play coming down, but not picking up anything from the Nest Ball. Just looking to his deck. Oh, this is the 3rd Char Cadet, right? 3 Char Cadets down the board. So Terry is shuffling the deck right now. He's going to use research here. Big research. Discarding the Ultra Ball. So he's not going to look for Silver Ledges. Just going to research his entire hand away. Here's a fresh hand card. I see Boss's Orders, Super Rod, more Fighting Energy, Fighting Gong as well. That Fighting Gong, we're able to find a Fighting Energy or a Fighting type Pokemon.
That's right, Fighting Gong, one of the newer consistency cards printed out for Fighting type synergies. Printed in the recent MEO01 set. Together with the Lunatone and the Solrock, it's as if TPC figured out, hey, look, let's start printing out good fighting cards.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a long while actually. So Solrock, Ralph is going to take the first attack in this match. Cosmic Beam. Terry just gambling, looking for a card here to help him to push his turn. I don't see much here. I see the actually it's not a lot of gold cards. So a lot of the gold cards have like confused me. I thought it was all energy cards. Two golden in my hand. Goldango players need to play this, right?
Hey, I mean, look, when you're playing Goldango, when you're playing the funny gold man, you might as well play the full gold deck, right?
Correct. So Earthen Vessel discarding a basic fighting, picking up a metal energy and a fighting energy. If at most to thin the deck, right, so that you won't possibly draw into these cards later. Here comes the 2-0 scenario. It's going to save the Soul Rock. So one's going back to hand. The energy gets discarded. Gimme Go comes up.
I don't know if you're going to see a minor Aaron running.
We're going to probably see a minor Evan running here. I think there's nothing else, nothing much you can do. It's got a minor running. Yeah, it's got a minor.
Going for Terry's hand. He is just going back into the deck. Going to get that use minor Aaron running, which allows him to find up for 2 energies, basic energies, and put it into his hand. Looking really dangerous for Terry right here.
He's got in a good top deck next turn. Ralph will likely be taking a knockout, I think, with the Soul Rock because that Gimme Go is only 70 HP.
Yeah, look, Ralph would want to maintain his single prize board as much as possible as well. I don't think he needs to evolve into Steroids just yet.
Yep,
He's
not at all.
Pretty happy just having Steroids in his hand. Goldengos typically don't run Ionos, right? So you know whatever's in your hand is going to be in your hand. But all I see on Ralph's end is a lot of energy cards, not a lot of ways to discard it, though.
There is one way. There is Lunatone still, so he can still get 1 energy per turn to discard pile.
At least one.
At least one, right? And he still has turns. Terry has not pushed yet, so Ralph can still focus on building up his board state, taking that 1 knockout. If he takes 2 knockouts, he could be quite an lead here. Especially if both players just maintain this single prize board state. It's just waiting for who makes that first move, right?
Yep, that's right.
And I think for Terry, he might be forced to Goldango early. Because if he can't draw it to anything else, if he top stack a Goldango or a Genesect using Metallic Signal.
Yeah, but right here he needs to, rather Terry's hoping to draw into more gongs so that he can get his Lunar Rock combo up and running. You know, we mentioned it a little bit earlier, right? In a mirror match with Lunar Rock, both in it, whoever has it first generally has a higher chance to win it, right?
Correct.
You have your consistency engine, you have your attacker. You're pretty much chilling in this kind of mirror match if you have your Lunar Rock combo.
So Ralph picks up the first prize. Just going straight to Terry. He needs something here. Let's see the top deck. What does he get? It's a Goldango, so he's going to be able to make it rain.
He is going to be able to make it rain. He is going to be able to
use coin bonus
as well to find 2 more cards. We see 2 more cards coming from Terry's side.
Hopefully we have a game here.
To have something. At least like a. Oh, I do see. We see the Soul Rock from earlier on. Are we able to see a Lunatone somehow, some way? Is that an Earthen Vessel we saw?
Looks like he doesn't have anything though. He just drew into a air balloon and Earthen Vessel with that coin bonus. Gonna be a boss's orders to pick up 1 of the Chaka decks.
Yeah, but he has 2 more. That's
yeah,
the problem.
it's 2 more. Would you? I'm just thinking out loud here, but would you boss the Lunatone instead?
Yeah, probably would have tried to go for the draw engine, but you know, Terry's probably thinking he still has 1 more Lunatone inside the deck. So if he does go and boss the Lunatone, he can't really do much, you know, with it if Ralph just finds a Night Stretcher.
Correct. Of course, your opponent does not know what's in the prizes, right? So he doesn't know that Ralph doesn't have his backup Lunatone and Solrock stuck in the prize pile. Ralph using the Earthen Vessel, discarding a Fighting Energy, is able to pick up 2 Fire Energy into his hand. There's still no other way to discard his energy cards, his Fire Energy, besides Lunatone here.
How painful would it be if you just play an Iono here, man?
Ooh, it would be really rough, honestly.
All the energy goes to the bottom of the deck and you just can't do anything.
All that hard work. So Valve is now responding to Terry's Goldengo by playing Cerulege. Here comes the Fazan Deputy as well, going able to draw 3 more cards. You flip the script.
But you're putting 2 prizes there. Is it worth it? I guess since you have a Cerulege on the board, it should be fine.
I think he's also noticing that Terry only has 1 backup gimme goal as well. So I think that's why he's going for a push. Draws another Charcadet. He can be able to put it down and have a second backup.
He just flipped the script to draw 3 more cards. I think I did see a Nest Ball there.
Ultra Ball as
Fighting
well.
energy. Ultra Ball is so good right here.
Yes, you can discard those energy cards. Power up that Cerulege.
Got so many resources in his hand.
So
Rob
many energy to
feels
discard.
Super comfortable with this. This card's a Fighting Gong. He's
Wow,
like,
I don't need the Fighting Gong to find a fighting energy. I already have enough I need, I think. So here comes the second Cerulege EX down to the bench. 2 big attackers here for Valve. We're going to see Valve count his energy cards in a bit, I think. It looks like it's going to be a Cerulege attack in response.
yeah, but look, Cerulege attacking here. He doesn't really need too many energies to take a knockout on the Goldengo, right?
Nope, because of the weakness, again, fire type weakness. Cerulege is a Terra fire type.
I mean, Cerulege in itself is a fire type.
Yeah, so it's like a double fire, right? It's a boost, because a Terra type, you boost the strength of your fire, of your own ability,
It's
right?
true. It's true. It's 2 times stab.
Yeah.
But we're talking about the wrong game.
wrong
here.
game, wrong game. Same Pokemon, wrong game. Gimme Go come up. Terry needs a big play here, I think, to come back. Earthen Vessel, discarding the fighting energy. I don't think he has a way to get a second Goldengo here. His hand is completely stuck. Pretty rough for Terry. He did a big draw from that Goldengo earlier though. He's aiming for more fighting energy. He really wants that Lunatone though. If he had a Lunatone, things would have been different. But right now, Rao seems to be steamrolling. That Goldengo was lucky, but it's just slightly not enough.
Yeah, Terry's running out of a lot of gas here, unfortunately, not being able to do too much with this. And for those of you watching at home and who are new to this, look, this matchup is not meant to be like
No,
this.
it's not. It's not. It's actually very close, in fact.
It's usually very close. It's not just, oh, fire beats metal. Haha, lol.
Oh, he does have a second Goldengo here. He's gonna draw 2 again. Coin bonus. Here we go. He needs 2 big cards here.
I did see a... Was that
Research is it? No, it's
no, it was an ace pack, no?
It's an ace pack and super energy retrieval, I think. The ace pack he plays is secret box, so he's going to be able to set up further. He can get a Lunatone down in the bench as well.
But is it too little, too late?
Maybe. Because he needs a second. He needs a gimme goal, most importantly, I think. He needs a gimme goal to knock out the second Cerulege EX that comes out to attack next turn.
Yeah, plays the secret box right now. Secret box allows you to discard 3 cards from your hand. Once you do, you're able to find yourself a supporter,
An
sorry,
item,
supporter, an item,
a
tool,
tool.
as well as a stadium
Yep.
card, and put it straight to your hand. So we do see an artisan coming down. That is definitely his 1 gimme goal. I'm fully expecting to see something like a fighting gong or a nest ball for the Soul Rock or the Lunatone.
Maybe a
Sorry,
nest
the
ball?
Lunatone there. And then we probably want to see an air balloon, I think, or a vitality band. That's probably what he has left in his deck.
Just close Artisan,
The
Nest Ball.
supporter here is going to be so important. What is he going to pick up?
I think with the Nest Ball, he can pick up the Fazendipity as well to draw 3 cards. There's an option there. Arven is going to be the card he picks. And Vitality Band. Vitality Band adds 10 more damage against your opponent's active Pokemon.
Yeah, and this card here, Vitality Band, you know, it's been in almost every single Goldengo deck, and it actually makes sense.
Yeah,
Right,
because they're
'cause-
sometimes just missing that 10 damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, and you don't need to waste 1 whole energy just to get that 10 extra damage, right? Goldengo Burrs will suddenly become 5 energy cards required instead of 6. Your Fazendipities is 4 instead of 5.
Yep.
You know, these small numbers really do make a difference for Goldengo itself, but like I mentioned earlier, it also helps you take care of those pesky 80 HP Pokemon.
Yes,
Wow,
so
with the Solrock.
we got Lunatone come down finally with the Artisan. So that's a slightly different artwork. That's from the Build and Battle version, I believe.
Which one? The
The
Lunatone?
Lunatone on Terry's
That
side,
is-
yes.
Terry's side is playing the Build and Battle Lunatone right now.
It's the battle between special arts and regular arts here.
Paper versus bling. The classic question in today's day and age, I suppose.
But looks like Paper is winning Bling this time around. Here comes a Fighting Energy. Discard from Lunatone. Draw 3 cards using his ability. Needs a gimme goal here, I think. I see a Premium Power Pro Super Energy Retrieval. He has to be a supporter. He could play the Arven, right?
Yeah, he can play the Arven if he wants to. The Arven is going to be able to find him that gimme goal if needed.
Your Super Energy Retrieval here, discarding 2 Boss's Orders. Okay, I think he's just thinking that for Valve's side, Valve's going to keep sending up several Edge EXs, so it should be no issue if you're going to keep attacking that way. 4 energies to hand. Another Super Energy Retrieval discard. Earthen Vessel and a Goldengo. That'll get another 4 more energies to hand, I think. Let's see how many energies he has in this card pile. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. Okay, here we go. There's 8 energies in his hand right now.
More than enough to get rid of the Sterilage. All you need is 6 for the Sterilage, but I think the Arven here is going to be finding him that nest ball maybe.
Buddy Poffin, anything he can find a gimme goal? I don't even see a gimme goal, I think. Does he run out of gimme goals?
That's 2 gimme goals down, right, from the discard pile?
Yeah. He had to pick up a Super Rod, and that won't be enough because he need a nest ball or a Buddy Poffin to pick that gimme goal back into from the deck. So that means if this Goldengo gets knocked out, Terry does not have a backup attacker.
Yeah, so Terry here is just shuffling up his deck, trying to figure out if there's a way. I think
Is there a way?
Is energies and a Premier Power Pro, right?
I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that there is something in his hand that we didn't see, you know. A Buddy Poffin, a nest ball, something to pick up that gimme goal. He does have a large hand. Of course, it's made out mostly energy. So attach energy onto gimme goal. Let's do Goldengo EX.
That is the 6 energies, which is enough to get rid of that Sterilage.
Make it rain, indeed. Can he pick up? Okay, so we realize the last gimme goal he picks up from the prize. Oh, that's rough. And now Valve has complete control of the game once he knocks out this Goldengo EX. The writing is unfortunately on the wall here. He picks up Earthen Vessel, Fighting Energy, and a Research as well. You can pick up more energies here. Use Earthen Vessel to discard the Fighting Energy, adding to Sterilage EX's attack.
Yeah, I mean, he already managed to take a 1-hit KO just now with the Sterilage EX, so you don't need to add any more energies. And, you know, Ralph is going to be very happy with just getting rid of this Goldengo. All he needs to do is announce Abyssal Flame,
yes,
and just instant take knockout.
It is 20 extra additional damage, right, for every energy card in the discard pile. It is 20 more damage for each energy card in your discard pile. Any energy.
Yep.
You can even count Jet Energy, Ignition Energy, whatever energy you need. But it's 30 base. So you're 30 plus 20 for every energy in the discard pile. Here comes another backup Sterilage, cementing his spot in this matchup here. Val picks up 2 more prizes. He has 1 more prize to win the match. He draws into one of his Lunatones. I think the Soul should be the last prize card. I think for Terry, all he can do is just a Cosmic Beam and not much else. He does have an Artisan. The Artisan will pick up the gimme goal onto the bench. He'll be able to draw 3 with Serendipity here.
Yeah, but look, no matter how much you draw, you can't change the prizes, man. It's 3-2. It's 3-1 right at this point in time. And even if Ralph would have, like, let's say, for example, boss out a Soul Rock and Terry would have boss out Soul Rock or Lunatone and then use Premier Power Pro, it's his game. And yeah, Terry just scoops.
Unfortunately,
his game.
It's a bit rough there for Goldengo. We usually see Goldengo like with amazing spread of Pokemon on the bench, right? You just see like 2 or 3 gimme goals out, evolving all into Goldengos and like make it rain. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see it in this match.
Yeah, the sad bet is that you weren't able to actually use something like a Precious Trolley. I mean, the ace pack of choice here was the Secret Box, and unfortunately wasn't able to set up. But guess what? Terry is still the #1 in terms of the leaderboard. So
based on points, right?
Based on points, so losing out here shouldn't feel too bad.
He would still have secured first spot in the Singapore rankings. The season's not over yet, though. We still have a long way to go until Master Ball League next year. But congratulations to Valve, because that's another step towards World's qualification, though.
That's right. Congratulations to Ralph for making it to the top 16 players, I guess, in the PBL. This is it's been a while since I've seen Ralph in this high up.
Could he be? Could he make the miracle happen? And and completely take over, he could be going to Worlds next year.
Yeah, I mean, he's only three matches away from securing his spot there. But nonetheless, happy for Rauf to have made it this far.
Congratulations again to Valve as well. Again, remember, top 2 players go to the World Championships, right? First and second. So as long as you get to the finals, you're already 2 feet there.
That's right, that's right. All right, so guys, once again, we are having the Premium Ball League here at Suntec City. There's both events happening at Hall 404, as well as down at Tower 1 and Tower 2 Atrium.
Yes.
So do be sure to check out both events. There's plenty of activities, plenty of premium prizes for you to pick up, whether here or at the Atrium. So do check it out, all right?
Come down if you're free and and watch the stream while you're at it.
All right, we'll catch you guys at the top 16 match.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield of Protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down. A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes.
I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos's battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes. I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have two Pokemon in play and two tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach two tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces Link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield of Protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down, too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability.
Versus Mega Lucario matchup. Feels a little bit one-sided, not gonna lie.
Mega Lucario is weak to psychic types, right?
It is weak to Psychic, but I'm happy to see Mega Lucario make it so far.
All the way to top 16, in fact.
That's
One
right.
of the cards of Mega Evolution Set 1.
That's right, that's right. And not to mention the player behind this deck, Keenan Jacob Victor. There, hey. You know, he's made it to the World Championships last year.
Yep, he was competing at the World Championships in 2025. This year,
Yeah,
yes.
that's right. And he was with us, actually, playing in that 3v3 Asia tournament that happened way
Wow,
back
that
in
was
2023.
so long ago. Let's look at the brackets for top 16 here. Any standout names?
Yeah, look, here we have, you know, besides the Kelvin versus Keenan Jacob matchup that we're seeing here, we also have Jeremy Leong versus Kaiser. Kaiser we've talked about so much since the Master Ball League and since the Premium Ball League. It feels like every single big event, he's there.
When he's fighting against Jeremy Leong, who has recently got second place in Melbourne.
Second place in Melbourne is absolutely crazy. He was up against against Tonelson.
Yes, Ben Tonnison, right.
Tonelson, that's right.
We got other world players as well. Kang Yusen's on the left side. Edmund Koo is also there.
That's right, Anaheim as well. So plenty of world's level players here left in your top 16.
Ooh, we got Kelvin's deck first. This is Gardevoir EX as we know it from Mega Evolution. It includes Mega DNC though.
Yeah, it does include Mega DNC. Keep in mind, we are playing a slightly different format, what I like to call ME 1.5.
Yep.
ME 1.5 includes Mega DNC, includes Mega Gengar, but more importantly, DNC, as Gardevoir gets to benefit so much from it. I will call out the fact that he is playing the Mystery Garden instead of Festivity
yes.
EX, which allows him to draw up to the same number of Psychic Pokemon that's on his bench.
Sometimes you feel when you have the Presentability EX on the bench, it's like a
liability.
Yeah, I gotta lose 2 prizes from it, right? After drawing 3 cards.
That's right, that's right. Now moving on to the next deck, we have the Mega Lucario EX that we were talking about. It also is paired together with the Baby Lucario, the one that has Avenging Knuckle. 30 plus 120 damage if any fighting type Pokemon were knocked out the previous turn. This whole deck is fighting type Pokemon, so it's gonna always be able to use Avenging Knuckle if your opponent has taken a previous knockout in the previous turn. You've also got Hariyama with the Heave-Ho Catcher. It's basically a boss orders in a Pokemon form, right? The moment you evolve it, you can just Heave-Ho Catcher the guy up. And the beautiful thing is that this boss's orders is searchable with Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and you're gonna see 4 Premium Power Pros in this deck here. Premium Power Pro is the key card for fighting type Pokemon.
That's right, it allows you to augment your damage by 40. It's very similar to your power tablets if you're familiar with that when you're playing with Fusion Strike Mew VMAX.
Let's see the prizes here. Looks like Kelvin's price is only Mystery Garden.
Yeah, which feels a little bit bad, but on Keenan's side, he is pricing that baby Makuhita as well as the 2 Ionos.
He may be able to draw that Iono in his early prizes though, so we'll have to see. Kelvin also has 2 Ultra Balls in this card pile and 2 Psychic Energies. I think he should be able to keep playing without it, but you know, with Gardevoir, the key is that you want to discard Psychic Energies so that you can use Gardevoir EX's ability to charge those energies to your Psychic type Pokemon.
Yeah, so I think the prizes here aren't too bad, right? I mean, you have the 2 Ultra Balls as well on Kelvin's side, which is slightly unfortunate, but it doesn't mean that you are unable to get to find your Pokemon. You have your 2 Gardevoirs that you'll be able to naturally search for, either through with your Mystery Garden searchers, or you're just lilies, right, and just hard drawing into them, or you have Team Evolution.
Yep. I also want to check with how many Makuhitas the Kaden played. Apparently plays a 3-2 line or Makuhita to Hariyama. So that one price again, no issue. I think he is created the deck to mitigate these price issues.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even if you're pricing one Makuhita, you still have the other 2 to rely on as well. And I do want to mention that this deck is also playing the Luna Rock combination.
Oh,
that we
yes.
talked about earlier.
That we saw earlier.
Very stable early game. So you've got your stable early games in your Luna Rocks. Even if you start second, you can bench your Riolus, you have your Solrock at the front, you have your Lunatone at the back, ready to choose whether you want to use your big Mega Lucario EX or your baby one. So this deck is pretty interesting. We haven't seen much of Mega Lucario in Singapore. We haven't seen much in international events either. I know we saw a resurgence of them at the start of MEO1 or in Japan.
Yes.
Using the Mega Brave set.
So I want to shout out another one of Keelan's cards, Town Store, another card we've never seen this stream so far yet. With Town Store in play, both players will be able to use it to find a tool card. So in Keelan's case, he has very important tools. He not only has Vitality Band, which was saying earlier can add 10 damage. His ace spec of choice is a tool card. It's Maximum Belt, my favorite ace spec.
Really? 50 damage to an EX Pokemon is your favorite ace spec?
I like just taking knockouts, right? Like, no shenanigans, no coming from behind kind of plays. If I just want to send my Pokemon out, take a big knockout, and Maximum Belt allows Mega Lucario to do that.
That's right. I mean, it has the attack Mega Brave, which hits for 270 damage. With the Maximum Belt, you are hitting for 320 damage, which knocks out any big EX Pokemon. Gardevoir has a 310 HP, so with the Maximum Belt, you should be able to take a knockout from there.
And if Kelvin wasn't able to attach a Bravery Charm onto Mega DNC, it's also going to be actually even with the Bravery Charm, it's actually 220 HP.
No, but the thing is that Mega DNC...
Oh, it has the ability itself. Let's not forget Diamond Coat. Diamond Coat's ability from Mega DNC reduces 30 less damage from attack. So I think for Keelan's case, he just wants to not see a DNC with Bravery Charm attached, but quite rare. I usually see it on.
But look, I mean, even if you see the Bravery Charm attached to the DNC, you have Premium Power Pro.
Yeah, don't forget about Premium Power. 4 copies, right? 4 copies of Premium Power Pro.
But plenty of opportunities to augment it, and the thing is that Premium Power Pro also stacks, right? So if you put 2 Premium Power Pros, you're doing 80 more damage.
Ooh, yes. I think, based on our conversation right now we're having, right? Yeah, we say that, okay, it's fighting type versus psychic type, but it seems like this match could be closer than we think.
I mean, it really depends on how Keenan manages to find the Baby Lucario and recycles the Baby Lucario, right? Because we see 4 Night Stretches in Keenan's deck as well. You're able to pull that Lucario's back from your discard pile and just evolve it straight. If you have the other Riolus, which are benched, right? So you have the Baby Riolus, you can then just choose whether you want to evolve it to the Mega Lucario EX or the Baby Lucario.
I think also we have to hopefully and pray, right, that both players have managed to fill up their bench with the basic Pokemon they need.
Or play the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's a streamer's curse, but it's very unfortunate in the last game. We wanted to see a great match between Goldengo and Sableye EX. That was one-sided, but I'm hoping for this match is going to be a great one. Could be a close fight. Be a close fight.
Potentially. Like I said, it really depends on whether whether Keenan's going to be able to pull off the Lunar Rock combo more than once, right? So that's the, I guess, road to victory here, right?
Part 1. That's part 1.
Whether he can use, Cosmic Beam to kind of even knock out or take donks on the routes on Keenan's side. On Kelvin's side.
Yep.
And on Kelvin is whether or not he's going to be able to set up.
Yep.
Right? Guardy is all about setting up. The moment he's able to get his 1 or 2 routes into Gardevoir EXs, then he has a plethora of options to use as attackers, whether it be the Scream Tails, whether it be the Diancie EX, where even the Mew EX is used at some point as well. The Drifloon as well, very, very strong.
Don't forget that Drifloon, it can do a lot of damage for like 30 damage for every damage counter on it. So that's a good combination with Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir EX able to charge energy from the discard pile onto Drifloon, boosting its attack power.
Whilst putting damage on the Drifloon.
Yes, that damage counters that it exactly needs. So every energy you attach from the discard pile onto your psychic type Pokemon, you have to take 2 damage counters. So but don't forget that Keenan does play that 1 Baby Lucario, and that could be the game changer. He could skew the price trade using the Baby Lucario. The Avenging Knuckle for 30. And if his fighting Pokemon were knocked out, it becomes 120
50, 100.
Yeah, 120 extra, so 150 damage. That could knock out any of Kelvin's single prize Pokemon.
I mean, I'm just theorizing a little bit, but I mean, he could potentially even Avenging Knuckle into his Mew.
Ooh,
right?
yes.
And with like
Premium Power Pose. That could be a big game changer. This single prize Pokemon could change the game mid-game.
Yeah, it feels the baby Lucario feels really good in this kind of situation, right? Where you're able to uptrade, trade a single prizer for a double prizer or a multi-prizer. Here would feel amazing, but it's also depending on how Keenan can manage his resources, because we saw one of the Premium Power Pros being prized.
Yes.
He still only has 3 more left. So keep in mind, you can't recycle, or rather there's no way for you to recycle the Premium Power Pros back in your deck at this point in time. So you would really need to manage your resources well when Deutsche used to take a knockout on a Mew. Is it really worth it? Or would it be worth it, more worth it for me to use it on something like a Diancie?
Yeah, to hold on to that, to take out that big knockout, take 3 prizes, instead of taking 1 and like slowly playing that slow game with Gardevoir EX. Because Gardevoir EX likes to play that slow game, likes the opponent to take those early prize cards, right? So that you can drop an Iono down, disrupt your opponent, and then slowly build back your board later in the match.
Yeah, look, this match, nonetheless, I would say it's an uphill battle for Keenan, especially if he has to then, if he's forced to use the Mega Lucario EX early on. Having a free 3 prizer on the board for Kelvin would almost certainly spell doom.
Yep.
Right?
But it's an easy knockout with using Drifloon, for example.
Yeah, or you don't even need to use Drifloon, right? Because it's weak to Psychic, you could even use Diancie.
Yes, you could even use Diancie, Mega Diancie with the
Right,
knockout.
you just got like a Garland Ray would just take a knockout on the Mega Lucario EX and get 3 prizes just like that. And the thing is that even if Keaton is able to get another Mega Lucario up, and he will have to use Premium Power Pro.
He must.
So.
But shout out though to Keaton. I love seeing fighting type getting this resurgence. It's been a very long time since we've seen fighting types. All we've seen recently are Dragapult EX, Goldengo EX, sometimes Charizard, Gardevoir EX is everywhere. So finally you see some fighting type shine with the new Mega Evolution set. We have Premium Power Pro, but let's not forget Fighting Gong as well. Fighting Gong really helps to stabilize that fighting deck, gives it the consistency it needs. Fighting Gong allows you to find one fighting energy or a fighting type Pokemon.
Yeah, Fighting Gong, one of the new ME1 cards, as we mentioned earlier. Super consistent, super strong. One of the, I guess you could say, premier cards.
Yeah, it is one of the premier cards. Let's go. So we're going to move straight into the matchup. Let's see who's starting first here. Looks like Keaton has dropped 2 Riolus. It's Kelvin's turn now. He's discard a Earthen Vessel, looking for his Psychic Energy, I think. Discarding 1 of his 4 Iono that he plays. So the first deck search, usually the first deck search is slightly longer so that you can have a look and see what cards are in his prize.
Yeah.
1 Psychic Energy coming out.
But I think here, he's just making sure that he has his attackers, he has his energy cards as well. He's only playing the 3 copies of Dark Energy, 7 copies of Psychic, pretty standard list. And he's just ensuring that all his options are on the table. He will realize that his Mystery Garden's prized, but I don't think that is too big of a worry.
Correct. Gardevoir EX, right? Sometimes when you play Gardevoir EX, because most people only play 2 copies, right? I have experienced games where both of those copies were in the prize. I feel very tired when those kinds of games.
That's why I'm Team 3 Pult instead of Team 2 Pult.
For that same reason, right?
For same reason.
So we're going to waltz down on the bench with an energy attached. Here we go, it's Keenan's turn now. He drew into an Ultra Ball. I see all the 2 cards that he plays are in his hand as well. I see even the Vitality Band, a Mega Lucario. An Ultra Ball coming up there. Shout out to that regional Ultra Ball from way back when. So discard a Riolu and the Vitality Band. I think he believes that he doesn't need the Vitality Band for this matchup against Gardevoir EX. Take big knockouts with Premium Power Pro is the way, I think.
Yeah,
and for
limited resources does it. Can't do that too many times.
Yep. You see, I think he's now checking to see how many resources he has as well.
Yeah, likely Keenan's going to be looking to bench it at the Makuhita. So his basic setup is kind of complete. Actually,
he will
want the Luna Rock as
yeah,
well.
I was thinking he wanted Lunatone and Soul Rock instead, but it looks like he couldn't find like both pieces, so he's going to opt for taking the Makuhita instead. Maybe, hopefully, have a Hariyama in hand later to drag that Valtz from the bench to the active spot. Here comes a Killia. This is the new Killia, right? For Mega Evolutions. No longer we are playing the old Killia. This one is 100 HP, it's boosted HP. It has the first attack called Call Sign, where you can search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon, reveal and put up in your hand. Lily's Determination turn 1.
Keep in mind, it's not a basic Pokemon.
Correct. It's not even evolution Pokemon. It's any Pokemon you want. Even EX, you can find like 1 Mega DNC and 2 Mega Gardevoir EX if you really wanted to. So an energy set onto the Drifloon. Lily's Determination gonna allow Kelvin to draw 8 cards because he still has 6 prizes. Let's see what he has here. He wants to get another Valts, I think.
Yeah, another Ross would be really, really safe. I think he also wouldn't mind getting some monkeys down. He did attach an energy to the front, so he won't be able to attach dark energy to the monkey if he does find it. But as you know, thinning is winning, right?
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Having that one monkey onto the field is something that he eventually would want to get anyways.
Yes.
So I won't be surprised if after this Artisan, if he has one more ball switch, we will see a monkey go down. But here he's got an amazing technical machine evolution, which allows your opponent, allows your Pokemon to use the attack evolution. Choose 2 of your bench Pokemon, and you can evolve them basically for free. But it seems as if one of the Curlias is either in Kelvin's hands, as he can't evolve the Curlia, which is currently benched.
Which is fine because all he needs is that Gardevoir EX in play, which means he can start attacking from next turn. Keenan is looking at that Gardevoir EX though. It is troublesome. He does have the maximum belt in his hand though. If he can get, he does have Mega Lucario as well. Could we see a knockout early turn? But I don't think he has enough energy to do that.
He just needs one more attachment to the front, and if he's able to gust it out with the Makuhita, the Gardevoir is dead.
Let's see if he can able to knock out that Gardevoir EX. So he gets out the Soul Rock here. He does have Mega Lucario. He has the pass because he doesn't have an energy card. So he just finds the Soul Rock and it passes turn. And exactly as you predicted, Ryan, here comes a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, no, a little bit surprised because I thought we saw him have the extra energy, so I would have expected him to charge the back Riolu, just to start charging up another Pokemon here. But
Maybe he doesn't want to commit to that energy. If he gets, I'm not sure. I also agree with you that I think I would have attached it to the bench. Maybe he doesn't have fighting energy in hand.
Maybe, because I mean, even if I were to use Scream Tail here, which it seems like Kelvin is going for,
Yep.
he would surely scream at the Makuhita, right?
For
to
sure.
Get rid of any kind of bossing shenanigans coming from Keenan's side of the field.
Correct. So use the Scream Tail, knock out that Makuhita. Kelvin's bench would be safer, right?
Yeah, Kelvin's bench would be a lot safer, so you wouldn't be worried about like Gardevoir being gusted out and just getting knocked out from there, right?
Keenan does play one boss's orders to help him do that gusting to the active spot, but looks like he will need to go for more setup next turn though. One more energy to discard pile. Gardevoir is coming up to the active spot here. Gardevoir is gonna attack, I think.
Having 2 energies attached onto this Gardevoir right now, using the Psychic Embrace, we have 2 damage counters on him. Knocks out the Riolu here.
Using Miracle Force, 190 damage. Of course, it covers all from any special conditions. Rarely that comes into play nowadays. Keenan here looking at a wall, I think. It's a really
there's
tough.
no energies. Yeah, he only has
Yeah.
He's having to use the Ultra Ball to get rid of his cards. But
Oh my god, he's gonna discard the Maximum Belt and the Mega Lucario EX from his hand. He has lost access to that Maximum Belt for the rest of the match here.
yeah, but I mean, he's gonna find another
Okay, he's gonna
Soul
use.
Rock. Okay, so he's starting to go. He's going down the Soul Rock route, right? So here he either knock out the route to the back, the Scream Tail, or the Monkey Dory if he chooses to use the Hariyama here. But he's got nothing in his hand.
No, he only has that air balloon in hand, so it's pretty rough. He's gonna have to pass and pray.
Pass and pray, yeah.
Yeah, pass and pray that he gets an energy or something. Oh, I see 2 cards. So that's the Soul Rock and the air balloon. So attach the air balloon, and he's gonna pass. He's gonna retreat to the Makuhita and pass and keep the other Soul Rock in hand. Okay. Kelvin is attaching the Darkness Energy to Monkey Dory, so Monkey Dory's ability is now active.
Yeah, and then you have the Bravery Charm attached to the Drifloon. Kelvin is prepping so much for basically nothing on the board. We see it.
What a big research though. He's discarding a Mew EX energy, even counter catcher because he's already taking the price lead. I guess you don't need a counter catcher anymore. He only plays one piece one copy in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, most Guardians only play one at this point in time, but we see a fresh set of 7 here. Kelvin is primed to just slowly just beat down onto Keenan here.
I think I want to be
Miracle
too I want to be too fair. I would just use Miracle Force this turn, I think, because even the Lucario only has no energy on it attached, right? So I think the safer place is just use Miracle Force every turn. Gonna use the Monkey Dory's ability to transfer the 2 damage counters onto Keenan's Lunatone on the bench. Kelvin picks up his second prize card. 4 prizes remaining. A top deck research! A top deck Professor's research for Keenan. Can he come back here? I see drew an Artazon, Fighting Gong, so you can get a fighting energy at the very least and draw a card, I think.
Yeah, so with the Fighting Gong, you can either find a fighting energy or get yourself another Riolo if you're worried about that. You find yourself a fighting energy. The fighting energy is going to be used for the Luna cycle, so you can discard the fighting energy from your hand and then you can draw 3 more cards.
The unfortunate thing is that Lucario does need more than one Mega Lucario needs more than one fighting energy to attack. Unless he uses the Lucario baby.
Yeah, but the baby isn't going to do anything with,
No.
to this Gardevoir EX unless you draw like out of 4 premium power pros to 3, right? Because 90, 90, 150, you can't even do anything with 4.
And you're also giving Kelvin like another extra 3 more damage counters to pass over to yourself, right? I mean, in Keenan's case here. Another Margarita comes down to the bench using the Artazon.
Makes sense. You want to replace, you want your draw or your gusting engine back, right? Because you only played, I think, 1 copy of the
Yep.
box's orders there. So we do see the Riolu coming back to the field.
There is that backup. Riolu is going to pass again. This is tough here for Keenan. Very, very tough. Here comes the Rare Candy into a second Gardevoir EX. Kelvin cementing his position in the match right now with double Gardevoir on the board.
Locking in closer and closer to the top 8.
Yes.
Kelvin here decides to retreat his Gardevoir EX to start using his Scream Tail here. Attaches 2 from the second embrace from the Gardevoir, which puts 4 damage counters onto the Scream Tail. Scream Tail can then start screaming at the Makuhita, which is the strategy which I was talking about earlier, right? You get rid of the gusting engines. There's no way that the Makuhita, or rather that Keenan can kind of gust out any more Gardevoirs, but in this kind of position, Kelvin is so ahead.
He's very ahead right now, and there's no energy attached to any of Keenan's Pokemon here. At most, he can use Solok to take a knockout on Scream Tail, but I think that's as far as he can go. 1 fighting energy using the Night Stretcher. Gonna attach the fighting energy and gonna be Cosmic Beam, I think, onto this Scream Tail, which would be a knockout, but it's very tough for very tough for Keenan right now.
Too little, too late. Cosmic Beam is not gonna be used yet. We are gonna use Artisan to find ourselves 1 more basic Pokemon, but I believe that's all the basic.
Yeah,
Pokemon
because 1 Makuhita is in the prize, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
1 Makuhita is in the prize, so that is pretty much all Keenan can do. Kelvin is currently 3 prizes ahead. Once he takes 1 more prize, Keenan can't. It's so hard for Keenan to come back. Yeah, Keenan manages to get 1 prize right now, but it's 3. It's to 5.
Yes, it's very tough.
It's a little bit too hard for Kelvin to come back. For Keenan to come back here. But Kelvin is gonna make it as hard as possible for Keenan to come back in the game.
Keenan is, as we mentioned earlier, keeping this single prize board right now. So Kelvin, even he'll be forced to take single prize after single prize, but I think even if Keenan evolves into Mega Lucario EX, it's gonna get immediately knocked out by a Gardevoir EX or any of Kelvin's Pokemon for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, all Kelvin needs to do is bench DNC, Mega DNC, attach
Yep.
2 energies, Garland Ray,
Garland Ray, and then that's it.
Galvin Ray, sorry.
And right now, even Gardevoir EX can do the job, right? So it's pretty tough because Kelvin already down to 3 prizes, so Mega Lucario is an instant win.
Yeah, so Keenan's, I doubt we'll see the Mega Lucario actually come down and be played at this point in time. But we do see Keenan pushing up the Lunatone, his one and only, I guess, waning moon left on the field. So Keenan just trying to see if there's if there's a point in even putting the baby Lucario right now. He's only playing that 1 copy of it. Yes, he plays multiple Night Stretches. Yes, he's going to be able to pick up the Lucarios back from the discard pile and evolve them to use again and again and again, such as the Avenging Knuckle, right? 150.
Yes.
If one of your fighting Pokemon were being knocked out the previous turn.
Which it did, so it's gonna attack right now for 150 damage, I think. I see he has that 1 lone copy of Boss's Orders coming out to knock out. It's gonna knock out the Monkey Dory here, so Monkey Dory won't be able to use Adrena Brain. that will transfer the damage counters from Kelvin's side of the field to Keenan's side. So Keenan now taking his second prize. He's still far away here. Kelvin just needs 2 more prizes to win. This Gardevoir attack to 2 of Keenan's Pokemon, right? That should be all.
That should be it. I'm not sure. I mean, is there a chance for Keenan to kind of like boss trap the Gardevoir at the back? Maybe. Looking
yeah.
at like a line.
I think that's why Keenan was looking at this card. I'll just check and see how many second energies were left. I think there are 2 inside there, though. So it's a bit tough for him to retreat lock Kelvin. Monkey Doll is back online. We're seeing a journey ready. Keenan just had the scoop here. It's pretty unfortunate for Kelvin. Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was almost nothing that Keenan could do at that point in time. You know, he was not drawing any of the cards that he wanted to draw.
Yep.
It was a super unfavorite matchup as well. So congratulations for, I guess, Kelvin for making it to top 8, and good job to Keenan for surviving.
For surviving that to all the way to top 16. I think for Keenan's case, right, he really needed that early Mega Lucario so that he can let him buy those prizes, right? Like a loan, so like let him take those first 3 prizes and then slowly finish the game off with other single prize Pokemon. But it was too little, too late at that point.
I think it should have been reversed, right? You just want to use the Lunar Rocks early on to take the single prize knockouts and stuff like the Ralts and stuff like the Curliers, because you are able to actually reach those kind of damage counters with the Premier Power Pros. But unfortunately was not able to get his Lunar Rock up early.
Not at all,
Was not able to get any of his energies to kind of discard to kind of cycle through his deck. So very unfortunate for the side of Keenan in being able to play the game.
But we got to see Gardevoir though. Gardevoir was completely set up. That's how Gardevoir wants to play. Get the Gardevoir out turn 2. Get his choice of attackers. If he needs Drifloon, if he needs Scream Tail, he can get online ready to attack. As every time Keenan put out that Hariyama, the Makuhita got knocked out, right?
That's right. Aiming the heave-ho catches, aiming the priority targets is one of Gardevoir's specialty. You can either shift damage with the Monkey Dory's Dread Brain, or you could just use Scream Tail's attack to just take those specific knockouts on player's bench.
I think this is
way too many times when my lone Draco with the energies were there and just slides away. Feels so bad.
Undoubtedly, this is a good example of why Gardevoir is one of the top decks of this format.
That's right. Well, we're going for a very short break, but we'll catch you guys at top 8.
Yes, top 8. See you then.
Pokemon Legends ZA introduces Link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokemon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos's battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any bench Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities. Oh, hey, Professor. My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha.
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions. That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away.
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way.
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair. That's a trick question.
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea. Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, They can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
Pokémon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokémon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokémon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokémon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokémon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
on card game skills in just 10 minutes.
I'm not sure how.
Hey guys, we are back here at the Premier Ball League happening in Suntec City.
Yep.
To be specific, Singapore's Premier Ball League.
Yes, Singapore's Premier Ball
The
League.
2025 to 2026 season. Welcome back. If you're joining us, you've joined us at an opportune time.
Ooh.
It is the top 8.
Yes, the top 8 of our Singapore Premier Ball League tournament, and we're featuring top meta decks.
Like, okay, look, I'm pretty happy. We're finally having some Dragapult on the stream. I love me some Dragapult. We're having a Dragapult versus Gardevoir matchup, but it's not your standard Dragapult. Gardevoir.
Yes, it's not a standard Gardevoir at all. But let's look at the top cut brackets first.
So here at the brackets, we have dropped to the top 8. As you can see from the left-hand side, we got Evan versus Yu Xian, battle of the West Side Brothers.
Yeah, West Side Brothers, yes.
And then we've got Norman Chan versus Edmund Koo, the featured match of today. Dragapult versus Gardy. On the right-hand side, we got Chen Feng versus Jeremy Leong, and Kelvin Cheng versus Eldon Ong on the right-hand side.
Kelvin, who played Gardevoir the last round, so hopefully we'll see him on stream later on again.
Yeah, so this is your top 8 here in the Singapore Premier Ball League for today. But we are going straight into the deck list right now. First deck being shown, I believe, is going to be the Gardevoir deck.
Ooh, okay, let's have a look at that Gardevoir list right now. So it is Edmund Koo's Gardevoir list. Edmund, a Worlds player here. He's always been familiar with playing Gardevoir, right?
Whenever he plays in an event, he always manages to go to day 2, but
Yes.
we don't talk about the conversion.
We don't talk about the conversion after that for sure. This is a different Gardevoir deck. If you look at your top right, you can see Duskull, Dusclops, and Dusknoir all in this deck. Is it Gardevoir deck for real?
It's Gardevoir with Curse Blast, right? And not only that, he is playing the Mega Gardevoir EX as well. He is not playing the Mega Diancie that we saw, that we were talking about earlier. So this is a very interesting variant.
No Artisan as well, only Mystery Garden, 2 copies of it.
Yeah, but he does play that 3 copies of Buddy Buddy Puffin, so setup should not be a problem, especially with Secret Box and the 4 copies of Lilies, 4 copies of Iona, and 2 copies of Research. No Arvins here, by the way.
No
But
Arvins
let's
as well.
Shift gears. We are looking at Dragapult right now. Dragapult dropping on your screens. This is quite a stock standard list. I will highlight a few differences though.
Sure.
All right, so he is playing that 1 copies of Brock Scouting. He is not playing Dawn. As you
Okay.
see some of the Dragapult's lists play after your ME 1.5 or your ME 2 list. We'll play some Dons instead of Brock Scouting. He's also only playing 1 copy of Hilda, not 2 copies.
Ooh, yeah.
Right, 1 copy of Hilda should be fine, but we are going to, he may have some trouble finding some energies later on, but I reckon this list should be fine. It's a pretty clean list.
Okay, we're seeing both their prize cards down. Norman has prized 1 Dragapult, 2 Lily's Determination that could come into play maybe. Edmund has prized his Mew EX, but he's likely might be picking it up as one of his first prizes.
Yeah.
Ultra Ball though in the top 2 could be slightly rough.
So I
for
think
Gardevoir EX.
I think the pricing the 2 Ultra Balls here is going to be a slight problem for Edmund. For Norman's side, he should be chilling pretty well. I think the only concerns that I have is that he's priced 2 energy cards in his prizes, and having a lack of Hildas, a lack of 1 more Hilda could be a little bit concerning when it comes to finding here energies here to set up. Norman is starting us off here first with a Festinipity in the front and a Buddy Buddy Puff into the back. He is going to do his deck checks, but we are likely going to see a Dreepy or a Dreepy Badoo kind of combination come down. I don't expect to see Skulls popping up just yet. As he does want the Dreepies down to start using his Draclocks.
Yeah, you want to get Dracloak on the board as a Dragapult player because you want to use VCon Directive as often and as many times as possible. VCon Directive. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Pick one of them and add it to your hand. The other card goes under the deck. Basically, you're drawing a 1 card extra for every Dracloak you have on the bench.
That's right. For you older players, Airmail has been in the format for a while and will be in the format for a long while as well. I think we have at least another 1.5 years left of this card here. Dracloak, so strong, allows you to filter up your cards as well. But I guess
while we're talking, he's dropped another Buddy Puffin, a double Buddy Puffin start.
So is it a Buddy Puffin?
It is a quad Buddy Puffin play right now, and an Ultra Ball play as well.
This is a beautiful start, and we do see in his hand as well, he has that Brock Scouting So the Brock Scouting is definitely going to be able to get him an evolution card later. We do see him pull out a Dracloak with the Ultra Ball that he's just used, which is interesting because you usually don't want to find it unless you're going to evolve it the turn that you play it. But unless Norman's saying, hey, look, I only have a 2-card hand, I have the Dracloak. Do you want to Iono?
No, yes, he's probably trying to bait Edmund to play the Iono here, because if he doesn't play the Iono, that means Norman will have a Dracloak next turn. Does play the Jamming Tower very early on as well, trying to stop Edmund from using Technical Machine Evolution.
Yeah, I think, look, this Jamming Tower is strong, right? You typically Dragapults play 2 copies of Jamming Tower.
Yep.
1 copy will be used at the start of the game to prevent any kind of technical machines from being used. The second one usually late game to stop any kind of Bravery Charm shenanigans with the Driftlings.
So we saw Norman's quad but double Body Puff in play, right? And into a Ultra Ball. Edmund just responded with his turn 1 Secret Box though.
Turn 1 natural Secret Box is crazy. Discards a Psychic and Dark Energy. Discards the Lily as well, so he may be kicking himself a little when he finds out that he's prized 2 of those Lilies.
Unless he already has 1 in hand though. Maybe he's thinking that, oh, okay, I already 1 in hand.
No, it was Norman that prized 2 Lilies.
Yes.
So Eminence prized only 1 Lily, so that's completely fine here.
Oh, immediately dropping the Mystery Garden, replacing the Jamming Tower. You talk about luck, right? We're seeing it live right now. Edmund's luck is insane. Mystery Garden as well, thanks to the Secret Box, of course, to find that Stadium card. Budew, double Vaults, and Ability Determination.
Nah, look, I'm hyped. I see the Budew on the Gardevoir. We haven't seen Budew in Guardian in so long. I think Budew is a very, very, very strong card. We've talked about it again and again and again. It is the card of choice to be the promo this time around. So he is playing that Premier Ball Budew that was just given out as a promo card.
It's of course also
today.
given out to our friends in Malaysia and in Philippines as well.
That's right. So Edmund here is just going to use a hard retreat his Monkey Dory. Happy to get a Psychic Energy in that discard pile. Budew up in the front right now, going to be able to Itchy Pollen Norman. So Norman can't use an item card. Norman actually probably read Edmund's, or knows what Edmund is playing, because he wouldn't have used the Ultra Ball besides then, right?
Right.
So using that Ultra Ball then allows Norman to pre-add the Dracloak into his hand, so then he can just Dracloak twice.
Norman's pretty sick though. He evolved the Dracloak, used Recon Directive, picked up another Dracloak to evolve from that Recon Directive for an immediate second Recon Directive.
Yeah, look, because Norman is just going to be able to find 2 basic Pokemon now and then put it to his hand. So we're going to see one Latias that he's eyeing up, and the other one's going to be the Hawlucha. Hawlucha can be added to his hand immediately. The Latias is likely going to be the one that's benched to the field. And from there, we're going to have a free retreat from the Pheasantipity, and we're going to see just a Budew war here.
Brian, I think we have a game.
We finally have a
You
game.
finally have a game.
But you know what? Let me talk about the Budew war a little bit, right?
Ooh,
So
yes, this is good. This is something that we rarely see on stream as well.
we see this all the time, just
But not here.
Just not today.
Yeah, just not today. Yeah, not today indeed. Here comes the Budew Wars, in fact. Please explain how this Budew War works.
So the Budew war, right, is basically whoever is able to knock out the other opponent's Budew first whilst utilizing the least amount of resources, right? You can do things like this Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory's Darkness Attached Energies will be able to send the damage counter back to Norman's Budew or to another Pokemon of his choice. And eventually, if you're able to take a knockout on your opponent's Budew whilst having your Budew alive, you will generally have a huge advantage going into your next few turns.
I also noticed that Norman has already evolved his Duskull, right? So there is a Cursed Blast in play coming soon? Maybe?
Yeah, Cursed Blast could be used potentially to knock out a Curlier here if Edmund doesn't use another TM Evo, or if Edmund opts to use just another Itchy Pollen, Norman can just natural evolve into the Dusknoir, and the Dusknoir should be able to take out a Curlier if needed here.
Here comes a Drena Brain from Monkey Dory. Gonna transfer that 1 damage counter to Norman's Budew, and then gonna use Itchy Pollen.
There we go. Itchy Pollen, 2 damage on the Budew. Norman here probably would like to evolve his Dusclops into the Dusknoir to be able to Curse Blast his way through 1 Curlier, and then perhaps use like a Counter Catcher or like a Boss's Orders to get rid of the other Curlier, the kind of gimp Edmund's engine,
Yeah,
right,
engine,
before
right.
before he gets going.
I see that Edmund also drew into a Duskull, but he opted not to play it down to the bench though.
Yeah, look, I think it's a little bit too late for Edmund to set up any kind of Duskulls, because if Norman sets up the Dragapult, it's going to be free 2 to 3 prizes for Norman there, right? So I think that was a very wise move from Edmund, showcasing why he is one of the better players that is around. But here, Norman is just going to use Ichipollen, and we're going to see Edmund here just going to use his Adrenaline, likely to take the knockout onto the, or rather, Adrenaline to shift 1 damage to another Pokemon, and then he would just use Ichipollen to take a knockout on the Bidoof.
For sure, for sure. And since Norman saw that, you know, Edmund doesn't have a liability on the bench, he just opts to slow things down a bit, attach the Luminous Energy onto the Drugloak. So now he has 2 potential Dragapults ready the moment the lock breaks, right?
Yeah. And this is truly wise. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, because if you do and your basket breaks, aka if one of your Pokemon get knocked out, well, you're going to have to restart from scratch, which is really painful, because Dragapult here is all about the manual attachments. You need to manually attach every single turn. If not, you're going to be slightly behind. Yes, you have Neo Opera, but that is purely meant as a backup option, you know, just in case you're not able, you're within energy.
So the knockout onto the Bidoof, as we discussed. So now it's Norman's turn. Norman, the last one with the item lock right now, should be. Edmund should be able to use his items next turn, because then they're pretty draw 3 cards.
Unless we see some shenanigans like
another Bidoof.
like another Bidoof, a Night Stretcher Bidoof.
That's just a Bidoof.
Which is going to be very, very painful, I think.
Norman
for
eyeing to play down the Duskull. He is going to put it down to the bench. Dragapult also in hand. He has a Neo Upper, but he doesn't have a regular energy that he needs to attach to that Drugloak for an attack.
I don't know, I wouldn't mind here just using one with the Recon Directors to see if I draw an energy, but no, Norman opts to just go for the Lily's Determination to draw 8 before using Recon Directive here. I'm pretty sure Norman knows that he's prized one of his Dragapults, but he opts not to take the slightly riskier play. You know, in my opinion, the safer play here would have been to Recon Directive one of the Draglokes, evolve it into the Dragapult, and then use the Lilies.
To find the energy, right?
Yeah, to find the energy. At least you guarantee that you have a Dragapult, because here, if you're with a Dragapult, right, you don't have another backup attacker unless you're forcing yourself into using your Dusknoir, your Dusclops.
Looks like he may have missed the Dragapult, but he does have no 2 Recon Directives.
Yeah, you see, because he does, and not only that, he does have the energy as well, right? So he will be able to use the energy cards, the Luminous Energy to attach it to the Dracoloak with the Psychic Energy attached. But, you know, he is still missing that Dragapult. So we do see the second Recon Directive go down. Norman looking at his options at this point in time, choosing between one of the 2 cards from the top of his deck. It is likely going to be a...
Oh, it's an Iono. Looks like a tough decision for him there. I think both cards were not something that he wanted to see. And he's going to commit to the energy right now, which means this is going to be a prime target for Edmund Screamtail. The Dusknoir's coming down now.
So we do see the Dusknoir, right? So Dusknoir here, Norman has the option to just use Curse Blast onto the back Curlia and then get the use the Night Stretcher. Oh no, he can't use the Night Stretcher.
Item lock.
So you can't even pick up the Bidoof even if you would want to. Norman looking at his options, and this is what I meant, right? Like, this is a slightly riskier play. You're betting that you're going to be able to naturally draw into the Dragapult.
Yep.
But Norman didn't. So at this point, it's a little bit difficult for Norman to decide if he wants to make a play this turn, but he opts to do that, gets rid of the Curlia with the energy attachment.
Interesting. I think I would take out the one without the energy, but looks like there's another energy for Edmund into the discard pile, and it's gonna pass here, I think. And it's now Edmund's turn. Edmund's gonna use the Night Stretcher. He has access to all his item cards. A second Darkness Energy going on to Monkey Dory. He has 2 Monkey Dories with Adrenabane ready to transfer damage over. And looks like gonna put down.
Yeah, his Mew. He got
the Mew EX.
The Mew
EX with Bravery Charm. That boosts the HP to 230.
Yes, 230. And he is going to use Iono as well. Brings Norman down to 5 cards, brings Eminem down to 4. But Norman had a fairly large hand there, so cuts down the hand size a little bit, which is the key selling point of Iono instead of Lily's Determination, right? You get the disruption from your opponent as well as the potential to refresh your hand size.
And we got to see Mystery Garden be used in play right now. Iono dropping your hand size to a very low hand size because you have the price lead. But thanks to Mystery Garden, you discard a Psychic Energy and draw back up to 6 cards.
Yeah,
Not
and
5 cards because he has 5 fake type Pokemon.
Yep, and once again, we do just see the Itchy Pollen coming down from Edmund Norman here, not being able to play items. We do see a second, with the first recon directive for the game, we do see
That's the
that
Dragapult!
Dragapult that Norman wants. Now what Norman's trying to find is the boss's orders. If Norman's able to find the boss's orders here, he is in a great position.
He's got that 1 extra turn since Edmund couldn't get the Gardevoir EX out. It's going to be an evolution, I think, for sure. Here we go. Evolving that the Juckler with 2 energy attached. 1 psychic energy and 1 luminous energy. He's also eyeing an Iono play here.
Yeah, interesting, because if he's going for the Iono play, then he definitely shouldn't be putting down the Jamming Tower, right? Because if you want to put the Jamming Tower down, you want to get rid of the Mew, so then you could do like a 3-prize turn where you get rid of the Mew, you get rid of the Badoo as well, and you can put all 6 damage counters on the Badoo, so it doesn't leave any damage counters left over for Edmund to play around with the Adrenaline Brains 4. Norman has that Dust Gloves. Dust Gloves being used, because Blast being used, putting 50 damage counters onto that Curlia.
Yep.
Now, Norman is in a very commanding position to just board wipe all the routes from Edmund's side of the field. We will likely see the Dragapult coming out right now, and it's just going to be Phantom Dive. All 60 damage onto the Curlia, leaving no damage counters on the board for Edmund to utilize.
That is a great play by Norman there. We thought Norman overextended with the Jucklook, but now it has turned into his game here. Edmund in a very precarious position. No vaults. No Gardevoir means no attackers, right?
Well, typically, but the thing is that Edmund can play around with the Frillish, right? He is playing with that 1 count of the Frillish. If he is able to pull up something like the Dracloak and hope that Norman isn't able to draw out his Dragapult, then he can just kind of use Oceanic Gloom to item lock. Or here, Edmund is going for the other alternative play of the Mind Pen, and Edmund does draw into his Gardevoir. And keep in mind, Edmund is playing 3 copies of the Rare Candy, so he is able to just Rare Candy and evolve the routes that he had just placed down next turn.
Yes.
Right? So all Edmund needs to do is buy 1 turn. But Norman, with no Dust Skulls or with no Dust Skulls on board, has only 1 line of play next turn. It would have to finish the game.
Yes.
It would be Jamming Tower.
Okay.
Boss up the Mew.
Yep.
Halucha the routes for 3 prizes.
It's a it's a lot to ask. Let's see if he can do it though.
It's a very specific line of play, and Edmund did just use the Iono as well. No, he didn't.
Yeah,
Norman has 6 cards in hand.
Yep. Norman also, his Dragapult EX will be confused, right?
Yes.
So it's got the roll hits as well if you're going to attack with this Dragapult, unless you can attack with the one, if you can get one in the bench set up.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not too far away, right?
Yep.
It's just 1 energy. With the
one energy that he just drew.
All he needs, he has the Dragapult as well, so all Norman needs to do right now is find a boss's orders. If Norman's able to find a boss's orders and a Halucha, that would mean that Norman has gamed this turn.
He has a Dracloak.
Yeah, he just drew into the Dracloak, so that means 1 more recon directive for Norman to utilize. He is thinking about it. He will evolve the Dracloak to a Dragapult. I think this is perfectly fine,
it's gonna
because
come in
now
here.
he can manually retreat as well from the back, and he has a nice stretcher to pick up the Psychic Energy. But no, he opts to use the Neo Upper Energy onto this Dragapult. Dragapult here, Norman here, very close to finding what he needs. Thinning the deck with one more card, with 1 more Buddy Poffin. Here we can see how many boss's orders he has. Norman, I know, plays 2 copies of that boss's orders.
Yes. Okay, let's see.
So close.
He was already eyeing that Halucha. That he wants the Halucha. He's not going to play boss. He's going to go for a Lily's Determination here to shuffle his hand and draw 6 new cards. So he's not going to go for the triple prize play here, but he's likely going to attack with the Dragapult on the bench since the one in the active is confused.
I guess he thought it was maybe a little bit too much to ask for. You still need to find a Jamming Tower. You still need to find the boss's orders and the Halucha as well.
Wait for the safer player, I would say. But that does mean that Edmund is likely going to get a Gardevoir EX next turn. Let's see what the 6 cards he's going to get. Let's see the 6 cards.
And look, even if he doesn't get the game this turn, he has the Jamming Tower. He has the Counter Catcher not being able to be used this turn. We do see the second Recon Directive being used to find 1 more Night Stretcher.
And
I think and Fez can be used this turn. Norman really wanted to get the Halucha because even if he doesn't get the win this turn, he can try to stop the routes, right?
Yes.
But without a Halucha here, unfortunately, won't be able to do too much.
And that does mean that Edmund's going to be able to evolve that Valts into Gardevoir. His attackers will be active. This is a very tight game, guys. This is closer than we think. So it's going to be, let's see where he's going to transfer that 6 damage counters over from the Dragapult.
Yeah, putting all 6 damage counters on the routes here is potentially questionable because we do see the Monkey Dory already having a Darkness Energy on the board. You know, if you put one more Darkness Energy onto the other Monkey Dory, you know, you're gonna be Edmund is gonna have 3 6 damage counters to play around with, which isn't necessarily good from Norman's case. But we do see an Iono being used from Edmund. I guess we saw the Gardevoirs in his hand, but I don't think we saw Red Candy.
Yeah, so he's got to find for that.
What Edmund's trying to dig for. We do see 3 cards. It is a Buddy, and a Psychic Energy. Buddy likely going to be finding another route.
Yep.
There we go.
So he can get at least, now he has 6 Psychic Pokemon, so he can draw up to 6 cards. And he does have another Buddy Poffin. I was thinking that he's going to play the first Buddy Poffin as a miss. Yeah, there you go, there. I think he's already committed already. So he has 2 Buddy Poffin. He should have played the first one as a miss, and then play the second one to find the Valts.
Yeah, but he chose just to play the one, right?
Yep. So he's already committed to that and shuffle his deck already. The little bit too late for him. That means he'll be drawing 1 card less than what he would definitely want. Let's see how it goes here. Slight mistake from Edmund, but he's going to be drawing 5 cards right now.
Yep. And what does Edmund need? Edmund needs a needs a
Gardevoir.
Needs a Psychic. Sorry. Needs a Gardevoir. Needs
Red Candy.
Red Candy.
Which he does get. He gets both. He does get both. There we go. Here comes the Gardevoir. Evolve. Do you think that Norman should have spread that damage counters around like 1, 2, 1, 2 maybe?
I mean, 2, 2, 2 would have been fine as well, right? I mean, like as long as there's 2 damage counters onto the field, the opponent is going to transfer 2 damage counters across, right? So here, I think that was also a slight misplay from the side of Norman, but no worries. You know, both players are very, very, very close.
Yes.
Edmund does know that his Mew is a bit of a liability at this point. You know, and you know, Edmund was forced to use the Iono here. Was not allowed to use a Turo, so the Mew is going to be on the bench. Norman here.
It's going to be a Gardevoir EX attack?
Yeah, because I think that's the only potential attacker here.
Miracle Force of 190. He can also transfer Adrenal Brain twice, so that's 60 additional. I mean, yeah, 60 additional. Let's see, he's going to go to the
70 plus 190 is only 260. It's not enough for Norman's Dragapult to be knocked out. Does Norman have a way out? We see in Nesball, we see in Iono, we see a counter catcher. That's not enough right now.
Yep. Looks like Edmund's setting a trap here. He's like trying to keep the price counts the same so that Norman's counter catcher will not be active. So here comes the Recon Directive. Top 2 cards again. Is pick 1. Doesn't look like choices that he wants because he's taking his time here. It's gonna be
Hilda.
Yep.
Yeah, so right now Norman doesn't have too many options. I think he is just going to use the Nesball first to kind of thin out his deck and then play the Iono to kind of randomize Edmund's hand, right? Disrupt Edmund's hand so that Edmund does not have too many cards to work with.
Right. He just needs to hope that Edmund doesn't have a Psychic Energy, because with Psychic Energy he can draw cards again. Thanks to
with
Mystery
Psychic
Garden.
Energy, Edmund can see the world.
Yes, he can. He can definitely see the world with that.
Yeah, right now we know that Edmund has another Mystery Garden in his hand. He also has 3 Psychic Energies on the field. Do we know how many energies is in Edmund's discard at this point?
It's quite a lot. I didn't really keep track, but he should have. I think he still may have Psychic Energy in his deck though.
There's no Psychic
no energy there.
We saw Gardevoir. I think it was Rare Candy.
Yeah.
So Iono was just used for the players who were looking at it. Norman here.
Does he retreat though, or does he attack with this one? It's gonna
Yeah,
use
he
this
should
attack.
attack with this one because if not, Mew can kind of copy.
Oh, looks like he has something in hand. Or gonna put the dice first. Yeah. Put the damage first before you start your turn. So here we go. So taking the damage right now. Looks like Edmund's very excited. He seems to have something in hand.
Yeah,
Like, he was very excited. Yeah, he was very excited to go for game already at this point. Let's see what he does here. He has a counter catcher. Oh, he has a counter catcher. He's gonna discard 2 energy. Here comes the Mew EX. He's gonna go for gonna copy the Dragapult EX attack right now. Yep, that's 3 energies. That's all he needs. He just needs a counter catcher. And it doesn't need a counter catcher, right? You can just use that transfer energy, and that should take the 3 prizes he needs. Edmund takes the game out of nowhere. literally out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Emin, this is
It's
the
how
next,
Gardevoir,
this is the memo of Gardevoir EX, right? Gardevoir EX allows you to allows you to come back from impossible positions. This is the reason why so many of the best players in the world plays these kind of decks. Allows you to come back from 3 price deficit, from 2 price deficit, and if your opponent is not careful, it will just end you.
You sometimes you're so locked into the game, right? You just don't see that coming out of nowhere. Sometimes, right? But at this kind of high level of play at the top 8, these are the kind of things that you should be wary for, especially as you're going to the final step, because Edmund is now in the top 4 of the Singapore Premier Ball League.
He is. Congratulations to Edmund Koo for making it all the way to the top 4 with his unique list of Gardevoir with the Duskull line.
Yes.
Didn't get to see the Duskull line in this specific matchup, but I don't we mentioned, I don't think it's meant for this matchup.
It's as you said, right? It's gonna be food for Dragapult EX, right? So he's not gonna play it down. He didn't need it at all. He just needed to find that opening to win the match, and he won from an Iono play as well.
That's right. That's right. So guys, we are going for a very short break, but we will be back with the top 4 matchups.
Top 4
in just a bit. So stick around, and we'll catch you in a bit.
Pokemon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokemon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokemon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokemon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos' battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokemon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves! And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokémon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes!
I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, It sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
We are back, Nicholas here with Brian at the Singapore Premier Ball League in Suntec.
Yes, and today we're back here for the top four match. I don't know why I did that to the top 8, top 4 match.
top four.
Of today, and it's been a very, very long day, but we are back to it. All 4 top decks are Guardies, by the way.
I have a prediction
You have a prediction?
Yes,
Okay.
the winner of this Singapore Premier Ball League is
Yep.
going to be Gardevoir EX.
No.
Yes, 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 yes.
Really? Wow.
Wow.
Tickle me surprised.
So, this semi-finals, the winners of both sides of the bracket, the winner will go to Worlds next year.
This is the win and end, guys. We've made it finally down to the top 4. We have Kang Yuxian, Kang the Conqueror, versus Edmund Koo.
2 Worlds players on one bracket.
One
right?
from Yokohama, one from Anaheim.
Yes. And on the right side, on stream later, we'll have Jeremy Leong versus Kelvin Ching.
Jeremy Leong is the current title holder for the second place, the finalist of the Brisbane Regional in 2025.
Correct.
And he also competed in Anaheim, in London. Is there any more?
He
Was there
competed
any more worlds?
in many worlds before that
Yokohama.
even. Yes, and even before that, right, before COVID, he competed in so many world championships. I
But
think
Kelvin has been a mainstay of Guardy in the Singapore scene. He's always placed top 4, top 8.
correct. We've seen him top cut
with
many
Guardy.
times. Yes. So again, top 4, 2 all Gardevoir matches here. So, but again, all the Gardevoir decks have a slightly different flavor, right? As you saw with Edmund, Edmund has that Dust Door in his Gardevoir. So it's again slightly different, even though the main character is Gardevoir. We saw Kelvin's list before again. This is one more time we're going to see his list. Mystery Garden 1, Artisan 2 copies. We see that Rare Candy only 2 copies compared to Edmund's 3 earlier that we mentioned.
Yeah, no, most Guardy decks actually now only run 1 copy of Rare Candy.
that
so the
one
2
extra.
copy is kind of like a safeguard. I believe he cut something like the Curlia, because usually we see 3-3-2 line of the routes line.
There's still that we have that TM evolution, right, to help him evolve.
Yep.
That's still the main way that he wants to get that Gardevoir out to the active spot.
But I do want to highlight that this is the Arven-less build, so he has to naturally draw into the Technical Machine evolution if he chooses to do so. But let's shift over to Jeremy's list and take a look at what kind of tech cards he's put in his Gardevoir deck. So
Let's look at Jeremy's list here. You're not seeing double, right? We are also playing Gardevoir again. A Flutter main. Flutter main is going to be the key here. And a Technical Machine Devolution.
yeah, so I think the 4 cards difference I've seen this time around. In fact, no, I see a lot of differences here.
Yeah.
So let me run you through it, guys. So he's playing 1 more copy of the Frillish. He's playing a Jellicent line as well. The Jellicent line, very annoying for Pulp to deal with.
Yes.
Very annoying for Dangles to deal with. Flutter main there, also just there as an absolute nuisance. He is playing 1 less copy of the Bravery Charm, 1 less copy of the TM Evolution, but he is running Devo as well as an Air Balloon, which is very interesting because most of the Guardians nowadays want to just retreat with the energies that is in his in the discard, but with the Air Balloon, it gives you a little bit more flexibility here. I will also highlight that Jeremy is playing 3 copies of Arven, versus Kelvin's Arven-less build. And he's only playing that 1 copy of the Research and 1 copy of the Mystery Garden.
Are you
So-
Team Arven or Team No Arven?
So in testing, I've always gone for kind of like a 4 Iono, 3 Lilies, 2 Arven, 2 Research kind of split.
All right.
So I do like having my Arvens with me. I do understand why Jeremy is playing the 3 Arvens, because he is playing a lot more tools which can be used later in the game, whether it be the Bravery Charm, the Devo, or even the Air Balloon. So he wants access to those when he draws his Arvens. Versus Kelvin only had, I think, 1 or 2 Bravery Charms and 2 Evolutions.
Let's see what's in their prizes. We're going to see them put their prizes down now. Jeremy has a Valtz Killia, 1 Filish, 1 Monkey Dory, 2 Lily's Determination. Kelvin's side?
Yeah,
Feel
not
as
the
well.
end of the
Yeah,
world
not
for
end of the world.
Jeremy's side. For Kelvin, he's priced his only counter catcher there, so not having access to counter catcher will hurt him just a little bit. But other than that, nothing too significant to highlight. Jeremy, 1-1 line of the Gardevoir of the routes being priced may hurt him eventually, but for now, I think it is okay to kind of play the game and kind of run with. I definitely would prefer to having kind of the
Yes.
counter catcher in my deck versus the 1-1 line of the routes Curlia, because in the mirror, it's not going to be. There's not going to be an explosive turn like we saw with the Dragon Ball.
Let's see whether Jeremy can pull off on stream the winning condition that we've already seen before. TM Devo on stream. We haven't seen a TM Devo win on stream yet so far.
Yeah, but I did see him win the TM Devo on the field just now,
Okay.
actually. So shout out to TM Devolution that came out in Paris in parallel with TM Evolution as well.
Here comes a nest ball play for turn 1, doing a quick deck check. He's already attached the Darkness Energy immediately onto Monkey Dory. I won't be surprised if Mind Bend comes out next turn.
Yeah, I mean, look, he can Mind Bend, but having the Darkness Energy there, having your Darkness Energy actually attached to your monkeys is always really, really good, because the more, in this Gardevoir matchup, right, you're looking for whoever has more Gardevoirs to play with, play around with more damage for, right? So if you have more monkeys, okay, in short, guys, more monkeys, more better.
More monkey, more better. We're going to have Monkey Dories on both sides, slinging damage counters back and forth.
Yeah, you could say it's a bit of a monkey fest right there, but, you know, I think... yeah, so whoever is able to just attach the Dark Energies onto the Monkey Dories is going to eventually win the game. You have your Scream Tails, you have your Frillish, you have your Gardevoirs to kind of chuck damage at your opponent. But if you're able to do, if you're gonna out damage your opponent through the monkey damage, you're in a way better of a spot.
Yes.
I do want to call out, it's interesting, Jeremy did play the Nesball for the Frillish and not the Routes.
He does have a Valtz in hand, is that why?
That's probably why.
Yes.
I didn't see the Routes in hand.
Yes, Valtz in hand, so he does have a Filish countdown on the bench. Valtz is going to play it down. He should be playing it down for this turn and passing. Here we go. Kelvin's turn 1 here. He can use supporters as the turn 1 player going second.
I do like Jeremy's control of the secret box. He had the secret box in hand, but he didn't have to play it, so he chose not to use that secret box, right? Secret box is a very powerful item card, and it's an egg spec as well.
Yep.
You discard 3 cards from your hand. You can find one of a tool card, one of a stadium, one of a
Supporter,
item, and
one of an item, correct. Yes, so there's 4 different cards. You know, you're thinking about like cards like Computer Search, you know, was very, very strong in Expanded. Now most players in Expanded even switch to playing this secret box because you can find 4 cards by discarding 3 cards. It's very, very powerful. Yes, you're going to use the Earthen Vessel to find 2 psychic energy, discarding his Lily's Determination. Probably has another one in hand. It's an Ultra Ball as well. I think he's going to discard those 2 psychic energies. He's going to keep 1. I see an Iono as well, just to see how many hand cards he has. So he's considering to keep Iono or not. He's going to discard it since Jeremy has 4 hand cards. Probably going to play Lily's Determination on turn 1. A Filish as well in response here. Looks like we're going to start with a Filish War likely, Brian.
Frillish War, let's go. You know, we talked about the Badoo War. The Frillish War is the exact same mechanism. Whoever can item lock his opponent whilst knocking out his opponent's Frillish will win that war and is slightly more advantaged going into the rest of the match, right? I like to call these Badoo Wars, these Frillish Wars, as like the early phase of the game.
Okay.
Right, so as long you're trying to buy as much time as you can until you have stuff like your Gardevoirs online so that you can just Psychic Embrace up your attackers to start hurling damage at single targets to just knock them out. We do see Kelvin playing that 1 route, so it is both players actually in a pretty good spot here. Kelvin slightly better because he has more energies in the discard pile. Keep in mind, Gardevoir's Psychic Brace ability can only be used when Psychic energies are in the discard pile.
And he has 2 vaults down as well. It's 1 Filish, so more backup Gardevoirs probably. Discarding the Lily's Clefairy there with that 1 Psychic Energy. I believe he has 2 Psychic Energies in his discard pile right now. Let's see, you're going to retreat from you. Here comes the first item lockdown from Filish.
Yeah, but look, Jeremy's going to be pretty happy with that because all he needs to do is attach the Psychic Energy to the Monkey Dory, throw 20 damage across to the Frillish, retreat if he wants to, or Mind Bends, and he is able to, kind of knock out the Frillish, right? Jeremy does use the Arven. Keep in mind, Jeremy is item locked, so he can't use items like the Secret Box that he has in his hand at this point in time. But Jeremy has that Air Balloon, super, super useful in situations like this, because now Jeremy can attach the Psychic Energy onto the Frillish, retreat the Monkey Dory, push out the Frillish, and use his own Oceanic Gloom.
I think both players don't want to take that first prize, right? They want to set up their board first. So just let the opponent slow down a bit. I think that first prize could be a big game changer as well.
Well, we know that Kelvin has his counter catcher in his prize card, so it would not matter at all if Jeremy takes the first prize.
Correct. Jeremy does not know that though, so we'll see how it goes here. See whether he, let's see if he decides to go for the Mind Bend play or go for the Filish play.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Oceanic Gloom play, knowing Jeremy's playstyle.
Yeah, knowing Jeremy's playstyle. He's attaching the Air Balloon to the vault in the bench. Going for the Psychic Energy. Oh, He's going for the Mind Band transfer. He's going for the Adrenaline Band transfer. This is
I take everything back.
Yes, yes. Wow, okay. Jeremy takes the first prize on stream. We're seeing something pretty rare here. We know Jeremy usually likes to play from behind. He loves his opponent to take prize cards first. But this is slightly a bit of a shocker for us all on the table right now. Kelvin responds with a Monkey Dory on the bench, his first Monkey Dory.
Jeremy chooses, just to end the Foolish War.
Yeah, just end the Foolish War.
Nope.
No, we're not playing any Foolish Wars here. We're just going to take a knockout.
So Kelvin here, interestingly, uses the Super Art just for the Foolish. Feels a little bit premature here. Super Art able to shuffle up to 3 basic energies or any kind of Pokemon into your deck, but he just chooses to use the Super Art now for that one Foolish.
Very, very early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be used, it could be maximized a little bit more, but Kelvin here choosing to go down, I think the Foolish route, establishing a Mega Diancie at this point in time, playing the Night Stretcher for an energy onto the Diancie, perhaps trying to thin out his hand so that he can draw more from the Mew. Feels really, really fast.
Draw 2 now from Mew.
Hoping for the rare candy here. Does not see the rare candy, but I think he has
an Iono play.
An Iono, yeah, that he can just use. Shuffles Jeremy's 5 or 6 card hand back into the deck for 6 more fresh cards.
Yep. Kelvin gets 6 cards, Jeremy gets 5 cards, because Jeremy's already picked up 1 prize. You draw a card based on every prize card you've taken.
Yep. Oh yeah, because Jeremy took the knockout on the Foolish. My bad.
So here we go. I see Earthen Vessel. I see... He can use the Earthen Vessel to discard the Psychic Energy. I don't know if he has a rare candy evolution right now. Picks up a Darkness Energy and a Psychic Energy. He's already attached from hand to the DNC, so no Darkness Energy for Monkey Dory this turn. It's very important, right, that single Darkness Energy that you want to attach to Monkey Dory.
Every turn.
Especially in this mirror match, and now he's 1 Monkey Dory short.
Yeah,
is he going to retreat here?
Right now, Kelvin opts to retreat. And
he's going to sacrifice the Monkey Dory likely.
No item lock. Keep in mind, Jeremy can use items at this point, but he does not have the secret box. The secret box has gone to the bottom of the deck. Jeremy sees 1 more route, so I wonder if he's going to be benching that 1 more routes, or if Jeremy actually has the candy this turn in order to activate it, in order to evolve the soul routes into a Gardevoir. Keep in mind that he only has 2 routes available to him at this point because the last one it was stuck in the price from when we last saw it.
So Nest Ball here. What is the Pokemon gonna be here with Nest Ball? Eyeing his second Monkey Dory. Yeah. Gonna start the Monkey Dory wars now. We're moving into another war. He's also eyeing a Fluttermane.
Fluttermane here actually just stopping all the abilities, no? And from the active Pokemon?
It does in fact. But he's gonna need a Gardevoir here to attack, so he's probably gonna use it to disrupt possibly. Here comes the Monkey Dory down. So he decided for a Monkey Dory instead of the Fluttermane. 5 hand cards left. I see Arven. I see Valk. He's going to use the Earthen Vessel, discard a Psychic Energy. He can definitely pick up a Darkness Energy with this to attach to his second Monkey Dory. So here comes 1 Psychic. Is he going to get a Darkness as well? Or is it going to be double Psychic? Looks like it's going to be double Psychic here. He's just checking his hand. Looking through his deck right now.
Look, okay, so Jeremy here, what can he do with this double Psychic energies? Right? Does he have a way to discard them? I guess if he hasn't used... Has he used the supporter yet?
No, he's going to use it now.
There we go. So if he uses the Arven to find himself, I guess, a rare candy or an Ultra Ball. Or maybe even Secret Box, right? Because Secret Box here allows him to discard the 2 energies, and from there you can just kind of carry forward from... Right, so Secret Box, and it's probably, the Team Evolution, TM Evo is not needed right now. This 1 Secret Box will likely be able to find him the rare candy or the Ultra Ball if needed.
Yeah, we're going to use the TM Evolution as discarding fodder. So here we go, discarding an Iono play as well. So here we go, it's going to be Mystery Garden.
He's going to draw up from there, okay, I see.
Yes, he's going to use the Psychic Energy that he has in his hand to draw up to as many Psychic Pokemon he has, which currently... He is at 4 Psychic Pokemon.
Yeah, looking at how many Psychic Energies is left in his deck, trying to figure out whether... no, he kept the 1 Psychic from the Earthen Vessel just now, so he will be able to use Mystery Garden to just naturally draw into the rare candy. At least that is the plan of attack, plan of execution. chooses to, I think, fail the supporter here.
Yep.
Because he wants to draw as many cards as he can. No, he chooses to pick up
For
the
Lily.
lilies.
So he's just missing a tool card
Yep.
from this one. There's 3 cards here: Rare Candy, Mystery Garden, and Lizzie Termination. We saw Mystery Garden help Edmund so well in his matchup previously. Let's see if it helps Jeremy as well. Should be a play for, let's see, he's going to set attach to the Waltz down to the bench. Psychic Energy. Okay, here comes the Mystery Garden. Discarding with the Psychic Energy. Going to draw up to 5 cards to draw 3. Let's see what he gets from these 3 cards. It's a Arven, Iono, and a Night Stretcher. Not something you want to see that can progress the game. Is it going to be a Mind Bend here?
Yeah, I think Mind Bend here or a Frillish Oceanic Gloom would be extremely strong. I think he is going for the Oceanic Gloom play. We will use the Night Stretcher to get back the Psychic Energy, and the Psychic Energy will be manually attached for an Oceanic Gloom. 20 damage item lock. Kelvin is slightly behind right now in terms of setup. Rather, Kelvin does have the Curlier, so if he is able to just naturally evolve it into a Gardevoir, he'll be fine. But I don't see the Gardevoir in his hand at this point in time.
He can use Mystery Garden though. He can use Jeremy's Mystery Garden to find that card. He's got a Darkness Energy attached to that Monkey Dory. He can't play item cards. He's got another Monkey Dory now. He can use the Psychic Energy now, discard it, and draw up to 6 cards. He can draw 3 now.
Yep, so you can draw 3 cards.
Here we
We
go.
do see 2 Artisans in his hand. We do see a Screamtail. We do see a something Frillish and a Lily's Determination. Lily's Determination, he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yep.
Going to play the Lily's Determination, shuffle his hand into his deck to draw 8 cards because Kelvin is still at 3.
Yes.
So at 6 and price cards.
He can draw 8 cards. Fantastic for Kelvin here. He could turn the game around with a Gardevoir in play. Let's see what he gets though.
Well, the good news for Jeremy is that he does have 2 routes on the board instead of 1 route, so he does have another target to Rare Candy Evolve as there's not enough monkeys established for him to kind of triple Adrenaline Brain into the routes.
Yes.
So routes is definitely going to be perfectly fine here.
So you got 8 cards for his 6, 7, 8. Let's see what Kelvin gets here.
The Kelvin is going to draw 8 cards from that. We do. I think I did see the Gardevoir EX.
Gardevoir's there, alright.
We do see the Secret Box. Secret Box can't be used. Keep in mind, Kelvin is item locked. Oh, we do see an Evo. The Guardian is not there. We do see TM Evolution onto the Curlier and the routes here. Curlier is going to get the going to be evolved into Gardevoir, and route is going to be evolved into Curlier. No Curlier.
No Curlier.
Prized the Curlier. Did he prize the Curlier?
I don't think he
I
prized
don't remember
yeah.
it being prized. So, wow.
Okay,
oh,
so
Curlier must be in hand. No, that wouldn't make sense
Then
because
you evolve it. Yeah, so it's probably in the prize, yes. So here we go. It's back to Jeremy's turn now. After the TM Evo play, we're going to use Altazon first to find one of his attackers. Could be a Flutter main play here. Could be. Flutter main is coming down now. Okay, he's going to commit to the Flutter main. Has Earthen Vessel, has Arven. Going to go for Arven. There's 3 Arvens in a row from Jeremy right now.
Yeah, and that's all the Arvens he has. Jeremy does not have any more Arvens left.
He has an Ultra Ball and he's picking up the TM Devo here. So he's already revealing to Kelvin that he has TM Devo in his deck.
Yeah, but I don't think he will be using the TM Devil there.
Probably not. He probably won't be using the TM Devo. He's going to probably use it as card fodder, I think. Maybe just use the Earthen Vessel first to get more psychic energy out of the deck. He's going to use that. Starting the Iono. So let's see, 2 psychic energy should be. Let's going to take the darkness. There we go, darkness and psychic. 1 darkness, 1 psychic energy. So the darkness is likely going into the Monkey Dory with no energy attached. So you got double Adrenaline Brain play. See Lily's Determination as well. Ultra Ball first though. He's going to discard the TM Devo. Yep, yes, as you just guessed, he's not going to use it for this match. We're not going to see a epic TM Devo game win. It's going to be Gardevoir with that Ultra Ball here. He does probably have Rare Candy as well to evolve that Waltz. Since he's already picked up that Gardevoir EX. Yes, Kelvin got the Gardevoir EX first, but it looks like Jeremy may be able to use his Gardevoir EX before Kelvin. He's just double checking, I think, to see how many energy cards before he commits to this evolution.
Yeah, because look, he doesn't want to evolve it onto the Curlier. He may not want to evolve to the Curlier with the Air Balloon, chooses to do so, decides that he can generate enough energies in a way that he is comfortable. So he is using Psychic Embrace to charge 2 energies onto that Frillish. Frillish now able to retreat and has 6 damage count of,
4 damage counters because he dashed 2.
Yep, he only attached 2. but I think 4 damage counters is what he was looking for. He is going to charge 3 onto the Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane is going to be able to use Hex Hurl. Hex Hurl 90 damage to the front, 2 damage to your on your opponent's bench in any way you like. We'll put all. We'll shift Adrenaline Brain 6 damage over to the routes first, and then use Hex Hurl to get rid of the route on Kelvin's bench, as well as the Monkey Dory. Kelvin did prize one earlier, which must feel horrible if you're Kelvin at this point in time.
Very, very horrible. Jeremy taking prizes. Jeremy taking a major prize lead. Is
Jeremy taking initiative, imagine.
Yes, yes. This is some parallel universe probably. On stream, live here in Suntec, the Singapore Premier Ball League. Fluttermane now in the active, right? As long as it's in the active spot, its Midnight Fluttering ability is active. Your opponent's active Pokemon has no abilities except for Midnight Fluttering.
The NCs does not have her ability.
Nope, this year NC doesn't have an ability as well. So this is gonna be let's see how this Fluttermane gonna work. So the DNC's ability is Diamond Code.
Was
Because you know it doesn't have it,
doesn't have it anymore.
But yeah, Diamond Code means that the Mega DNC EX takes 30 less damage from attacks. But it's gonna take the complete 70 damage from the Fluttermane, right? When Fluttermane attacks 90 damage, right? 90 damage.
Yeah, and look, Kelvin right now is choosing to I think use the artisan, fail the artisan.
He's failed the artisan. He's going to use the artisan just to look to his deck.
Yep, but
Here
he
comes
is going back, so he's using the secret box to discard away to profess his research, an artisan and something else. So I think he is going to, interesting, take out the TM Evolution as well as an Ultra Ball. I don't believe he will pull Stadium. There shouldn't be any more Stadiums left.
Yep.
Unless he's using his own Mystery Garden, perhaps?
Let's see, it's going to be Iono.
Yep, okay, Iono makes sense here.
Yeah, Iono makes sense here. Mystery Garden. So Mystery Garden, but again, he's going to, if he plays the Mystery Garden now, he's activating it for Jeremy as well, right? And Jeremy with 3 hand cards, so maybe going to Iono it away. I'm not so sure. Let's see what he goes for. It's going to be Ultra Ball play first, definitely. Discarding the TM Evolution. Discarding a Psychic Energy. Let's see what he picks up with this Ultra Ball. It's probably going to be an attacker here. I see Monkey Dory being eyed up.
Yeah, it could be a monkey. It could be a Scream Tail. I don't mind seeing a Scream Tail here to get rid of the liability.
He already has a Scream Tail in hand, so he's ready for that.
There we go, yeah.
So that's
the Scream Tail can easily target the monkeys, but then right now you have 3 prizes behind. It's a little bit rough to do the prize mapping unless you're using Mega Diancie in the front to take out a knockout onto the Fluttermane, but that just opens you for a game closer on Jeremy's side if Jeremy does play the Balloon. And fun fact, Jeremy does not play Balloon. So Balloon is not a threat for Kelvin at this point in time.
So Jeremy will be drawing 3 cards from Iono. Kelvin getting still a fresh hand of 6. Hasn't picked up any prize yet. So discarding. Here comes the Scream Tail. So Kelvin going to pick up his first prize here. Let's see who he chooses to knock out with Scream Tail. Roaring Scream. 20 damage for every damage counter on the Scream Tail. He's just checking his discard pile to see what resources that Jeremy has used and lost.
Yeah, keep in mind, getting rid of the monkey here would be really, really good for Kelvin as...
Oh, he's committing a Bravery Charm here.
Yeah, no, becoming a Bravery Charm is smart because if he doesn't commit the Bravery Charm, it's a simple Adrenaline Brain shift over for 3 damage counters onto that Scream Tail for a knockout.
So it's making it a little bit harder for Jeremy to take that knockout.
Yeah, in fact, if you don't do this, the Scream Tail is definitely rather Jeremy's road to victory is very, very simple. Kill this knock out the Scream Tail, knock out the Mew.
Yeah, because really, remember, the Village with 4 damage counters, right? We are playing 4 players new to Pokemon TCG. If you see Gardevoir with damage counters on their side of the board, it's a weapon, right? All those damage can be transferred back to your side of the board, so always be careful. You don't want to leave damage counters on their side unless absolutely necessary.
That's right. So Jeremy here just looking through his deck with the Artisan. It's a free deck search at this point in the game.
Yes.
Perhaps actually looking at the Scream Tail to start doing start initiating, not initiating, but retaliating on the Monkey Wars here. Because both players can still take it very slow. Jeremy has a huge runway to kind of play around with this game. So if he chooses to play, however, if he chooses to play the Scream Tail, he does not have bench for another Monkey Dory.
Correct. So he's opting not to take anything. He's just like I say, using the Artisan just to deck search. That is an option, players. You can use a deck search card like Artisan, like Ultra Ball,
like Nest Ball,
and Nest Ball, but not pick up anything, right? Of course, you can't play Nest Ball if you have 5 bench Pokemon. That means
true,
that's illegal. So here comes the Mew EX. We saw the Mew EX take the win in the last match with Edmund. Now with it on the board, it's going to be able to draw up to 3 cards. Jeremy has 1 hand card. He's going to draw 2 cards with Mew EX. Oh, yes, he's going to attach the energy, so they're going to draw 3 cards now with Mew EX. 1, 2, 3. 1 energy attached to that Philish.
And now, there's no Mystery Guard in the field, so you can't do the Mystery Guard, but he chooses to use the research here, gets rid of that 1 energy card, draws a fresh 7 from the Mew, restart earlier.
Recovered from that Iono play.
Covered from the Iono play, has the Curlier in hand, can slam the Curlier onto the route to protect, to ensure that he has a Gardevoir next turn.
I think Calvin did not want to see that route
evolve. Want to see the Curlier right now.
I see Jellicent as well. Is he eyeing to evolve the Jellicent, evolve the Philish?
Are we doing this? Are we really going down to a, what's that, press, the power press play?
Power press play! And with Oceanic Curse, Jellicent EX in the active spot means that your opponent can't play any item and tool cards as well. Just remember that.
But keep in mind, cannot play doesn't mean that the tool card is negated. So right now, if Jellicent gets pushed up to the front, Screamtail is still having the effect of the Bravery Charm.
Yeah, it's not the Jamming Tower, right? It's not Jamming Tower. So here, the damage transferred via Monkey Dory. And then it's going to use the Flutter Mane now, 90 to the front.
Exhurl.
10 to DNC and 10 to Monkey Dory, spreading that 10 damage around.
Yeah, but I think this is perfectly fine, right? Keeping that Flutter Mane in the front also opens up for your opponent to potentially make mistakes by pushing up a Pokemon with a impactful ability up to the front when you didn't mean to, and you're going to have to waste a retreat here. But Kelvin is a good player. Kelvin has seen that. Kelvin has decided to push up the Mega Diancie instead. Mega Diancie, a great tank, right? Because she has effectively 300 HP, and for every it's 300 effective HP because every hit that you do, if you take 2 hits of 90, you only be doing 120. Because it's 90 minus 30 every single time you hit. It's not just a once-off effect.
Correct. That protection, you think it's small, but it actually builds up, especially like in this kind of matchup, Gardevoir versus Gardevoir, where all these small attackers are attacking. Because the Bravery Charm to boost that HP to a whopping 320.
320 effective 350 HP now. Jeremy has to go through a lot if he's forced to deal with this Diancie, but we know that that's not the case. You can just boss around it. You can knock out the Gardevoir. You can knock out the Mew.
Looks like no more Rare Candy though. Kelvin has
1 card left in the deck.
Kelvin discarded both his Rare Candy with the Professor's Research. Here comes the Darkness Energy to move the 1 damage counter for Adrena Brain.
Kelvin only has 1 card left in the deck. Okay, so players, keep in mind, if Kelvin draws the last card, he's still okay. However, if he cannot draw anymore, then he cannot, he'll just lose the game automatically if he cannot draw.
Yes, exactly. That is another loose condition that we rarely see, but it does happen though. It does happen. Diancie, take up the damage transfer, I think, first, via the first, there you go, Diancie taking the knockout. Kelvin now left with 4 prizes. Let's see how Jeremy responds. He sends out the Gardevoir EX.
Keep in mind, there is no boss's orders in any of these decks, so you can't just boss the Mew and take a knockout onto the Gardevoir. That is not a play which is available. But we do see the energy attachment onto the Screamtail and a flowing Scream to the Mew.
It's over. Game. Jeremy goes into the finals and has secured his World Championship invite.
Congratulations, Jeremy, for making it all the way to Worlds for the umpteenth time.
Yes.
So Jeremy showed us just how different Gardevoir decks can be played, right? Kelvin played a more traditional route with the Mega Diancie, but I think Jeremy was focused more on a slightly controlled variation of Gardevoir.
Yes,
right?
correct.
You're playing more Jellicents, you're playing more Frilishes, you're playing the Flutter Mane just to, item lock and control your opponent from doing too much with the items.
Correct.
And I have to say props to Kelvin finding all the different outs as well.
Yeah, he really tried.
Yeah, he went down to 0, like almost 1 card left in the deck. So he played to all of his outs.
He was really trying to find a way to come back from that match, and we saw how Gardevoir plays, right? You can never count them out, even when you're down by 2-3 prizes. Gardevoir can always come back.
That's right.
I think there's a big surprise in front of us, though.
Yeah, we do. So as you can see, we have the three trophies displayed in front of us
Ooh.
right now. We've got the championship right here. We've got the finalists in the middle, as well as the top four trophies. So the winners of these top four, so that means Kelvin, Jeremy, UCN, and Edmund will all walk away with one of these fantastic prizes. But that's not all.
That's not all.
You know, so this is the trophies. We also have the amazing playmat. The amazing playmat.
Yes, the amazing playmat right here, right here. Look at that playmat, man.
It's such a gorgeous playmat, and you know all of the top 64 players will get this playmat as well.
Got all the it's got all the cool Mega Evolutions as well. Your favorite Mega Evolutions right here,
yeah,
the Mega
this
Gengar.
Boy. Oh, sorry,
the Mega
this boy right there.
yeah, that boy right there. I always see him with a Gengar. He's always wearing something Gengar. Charizard X is there. Mega Gardevoir as well. Mega Lucario. Love this playmat. Very sick design. Of course, you're not just getting this playmat though. So this is for the top 64 players. The top 1 to 8 players actually got one of these.
Yep. So these are the deck shields that you can get from the Pokemon Center as well. These two exclusive to the event.
Right. So you can actually buy it at at Suntec. If you come down, go to the Pokemon Center. You can get what it's limited to one per person. So get it because you can only get it here and nowhere else, right?
Yep. That's it. I'm not sure. I mean, in previous years I think restocked it a little bit at the Pokemon Center.
They
so
may
have
bring
some
it at
luck.
Pokemon Center next day. Maybe. But let's look at the entry promo.
Yep.
Oh, I love this. Look at that. Oh,
The little guy, the harmless little guy, all he wants to do is give you a little bit of a hug, you know, and cause you immense itchiness from not being able to play items.
we've seen this card do so much in this stream. This is an insane Pokemon, a basic Pokemon with 30 HP. I think if you showed this to anyone in the venue right now who doesn't really play Pokemon TCG,
Oh, what is this card? This card good, man.
this card good man. But honestly, this card has really. You've seen how many turns it buys, right? For all those slow decks, this is an incredible card.
Must play if you're playing a stage 2 deck.
I think there's
almost a much too. Must play.
There is a more popular Pokemon though for the top 4, not just for Masters, but also our juniors and seniors players as well.
That's right.
We have Mewtwo, Rocket's Mewtwo EX. I love this card. I think Brian knows that I love oldest Pokemon. I'm a big fan of oldest Pokemon, and I love this.
Yeah, so look, Mewtwo is one of the more popular Pokemon, and this is Team Rocket's Mewtwo. It is Giovanni's Mewtwo, but it's also stamped with the Premier Ball League stamp. So it is a gorgeous card. And you know what? You can only get it in Southeast Asia.
Correct.
right?
You can only get this at this Singapore Premier Ball League event. Also in the past, Malaysia, Philippines, and also in Hong Kong English.
Yeah, Hong Kong, I think is happening in 2 weeks. No, it just happened. I think it just happened.
Yeah. So those are the only places that you can get this. So top 4 of each division will be able to win this very sick Team Rocket's Mewtwo EX that I'm hoping one day will be meta. Maybe. Hopefully.
Maybe with the Mega Dream set, because they're reprinting some of the trainer Pokemon.
I mean, we've seen the Enzora getting a major Mega Boost, so maybe Team Rocket?
Question mark?
Question mark indeed.
Well, yeah, so there's heaps of prizes to come down. There's heaps of prizes for you to collect and heaps of things for you to do here at the event. So do come on down to the event and check out the finals match, which is happening in just a bit.
Yeah.
So do stick around online. If not, come on down. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Remember, Suntec Convention Center, guys.
Pokemon Legends ZA introduces link battles in a whole new style. Get ready for intense 4-player mayhem in the ZA Battle Club. The time limit is 3 minutes. The trainer who defeats the most Pokemon will be the winner. The match has begun. At the start of the match, you can play it safe, go on the offensive, or collect items to power up with. Who knows where things will stand in 3 minutes? Here, Talonflame takes aim and strikes with Brave Bird, but it's blocked by the Steadfast Shield to protect. Gyarados quickly counters with Waterfall. It's super effective. Talonflame goes down. The trainer who defeated it earns 1 point. But there's no time to relax. Ampharos Mega evolves and immediately fires off Thunderbolt. A mighty hit. Gyarados has fainted. When your Pokemon faints, you can still rally and dive back in. This is still anyone's game. These trainers are back on their feet. They decide to switch out their Pokemon. 1.5 minutes left. We're halfway through. Mega Ampharos's battle with Go-Go is heating up. Whoa! Furfrou barrels in from the side with Hyper Voice. Both weakened battlers go down. That's 2 points at once. The trainer changes Pokemon again and presses on. 10 seconds left on the clock. And this trainer's full up on Mega Power. Dragonite Mega evolves. And it unleashes a raging Draco Meteor! That's all 3 opponents down! A huge upset in the final 10 seconds. Dragonite's trainer takes a clear victory. These furious 4-player battles await you in Pokemon Legends ZA, available to pre-order now.
Here we go!
card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokécard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards...
Hey guys, welcome back to the finals of the Premier Ball League, the Singapore Championships Premier Ball League 2025 to 2026 season. I'm Brian.
Nicholas here, and we are at Suntec for the finals. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the finals, man.
Yeah, look, okay, so the reason why we're in a little bit of a mess right now is because our two mates managed to make it to the finals. We will be casting an unbiased finals.
We will,
but
we will.
We are super excited for this, as it is going to be another Guardy versus Guardy finals, but the lists are still a little bit different.
Slightly different. But my prediction is correct, right? Gardevoir will win the tournament.
It's true, it's true.
It's true, right? It's true.
Gardevoir
Let's look at the brackets and see how our finalists made it all the way to the end. So, of course, two of our mates, right? Jeremy Leong, right? On the right side, went all the way to the final. He was the one that we streamed in our previous round. And it's going up against Kang Yuxian. Kang Yuxian, we talked about earlier that how he is a former Worlds player. He did play in Yokohama, and right now, he has secured a Worlds invite to San Francisco in 2026.
That's right. So the Jeremy Leong on the right-hand side having to face opponents like Kaiser, and I believe it was Chen Feng, who then had to face Kelvin from the other side of the bracket. Finally made it to the finals here, and has also secured his Worlds invite in 2026 in San Francisco.
We are going straight into their deck list. We did see Jeremy's deck list earlier, so we're going to refresh that as well. And Yusen is also playing Gardevoir. But like Brian mentioned, there are tiny differences that could make the difference.
Yeah, so I believe in this deck, if you're here first, we are showing you Yusien's deck. He is playing your standard 7-3 energy counts of Psychic and Dark. He is playing 2 copies of Arven, 3 copies of Lilies, 4 copies of Ionas, 2 copies of Reaches, very similar to the build which I was recommending, which I was sharing with you earlier. He is running 3 candies instead of 1 or 2 candies. He's opting for a little bit more consistency in terms of bursting out the Guardy when he needs to. He is also running, instead of running the Devo, he is running the Turbo Energize here. Not running the Air Balloon from Jeremy, but is running 1 more Bravery Charm in essence of that.
I like Turbo Energize.
As a replacement of that.
I like Turbo Energize. Turbo Energize is the TM that if you use this attack, you can look at the deck, find 2 energy cards, attach them to your Pokemon. So you could touch 2 energy to an attacker. You can get down this energy onto Monkey Dory as well.
Look, I think you're missing the clear winner of Turbo Energize here. Besides charging it to the monkeys in the mirror, you also can actually Turbo Energize it up to your Diancie. Diancie is the only Pokemon in this list which is not weak to a Dark type. It's weak to a Metal type instead. But let's move on to the next list. Once again, this is Jeremy's list. It is a little bit more control-like, right? He has more counts of the Frillish. Actually, I just realized Yushen opted not to play any Frillishes at all.
So we're going to see only one-sided item lock here probably.
Yeah, and in the one-sided item lock, the one with item lock is slightly more advantage unless Yushen can draw the quote-unquote nuts with all the supporters, and he doesn't need the items from there. But Jeremy, 2 counts of Frillish, 1 count of the Jellicent, 1 count of the Devo, 1 count of the Air Balloon, 1 count of the Fluttermane. Sorry, Yushen also plays Fluttermane, but these are all signs that are pointing him towards playing a more controlled style list.
Correct. We already saw how Jeremy played in the previous round. I won't be surprised if Jeremy goes for a Frillish turn 1 lock to buy some turns, build up his board state, and take out Yusian.
Yeah, I do want to highlight, I just realized Yusian is not playing a Mystery Garden here.
Ooh, yes,
He's just asking his opponents, please, play the Mystery Garden for me.
For me, yeah. It's a list built from Mirror, right? It doesn't even have Artisan. There's no stadium cards.
No, it has a
oh, one was 2 Artisan. Right? It's right next to the secret box, right? So 2 Artisan. So both players have Artisan, but he's hoping that Jeremy's Mystery Garden will help him get out if a INO play. But I'm very, very sure that Jeremy will not let that happen. He's not going to like how Kelvin played earlier. Pick up the Mystery Garden, play the Iono, but don't let your opponent use the card.
That's right. So in this Guardian Mirror, whose list do you think is a little bit more advantaged?
I like Jeremy's list though. I like the ability to item lock by some turns. We've already seen that countless other rounds in the Singapore Premier Ball League, and that could be the key to change this, to turn this matchup to Jeremy's favor.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that there's no Frillish counts in UCN's list. Usually you'd see like a, Frillish versus Frillish kind of head up, right? And from there they would play the Frillish or the item lock war. But without a Frillish on UCN's side, it's going to be a pretty one-sided item lock. But I do want to highlight the caveat here is UCN clearly built this with the mirror in mind. Right?
Correct.
So he's like, sure, you can item lock me, but what I'm going to do in return is attach turbo energize my monkeys, and then suddenly I have 3 monkeys ready to go. You have 1.
And of course, you said got all the way to the finals, right? And he did tell me that he was trained the mirror a lot, right? So he is prepared for this finals match. He already took out Edmund, who was on stream earlier in the semi-finals match. So this is gonna be tough. This is for all the marbles. We've played with 638 players, and now we are down to the last 2.
Last 2 players, the lucky 2 players who have made it all the way to the World Championships without lifting a single finger.
Yes, they don't really have.
Okay, I would say.
Yeah, no, they did have a lot of effort.
They did their work.
There's a lot of effort to get to this point. But now it's for bragging rights. It's for number 1. It's for champion of the Singapore Premier Ball League.
Who is going to be number 1?
Can Jeremy be number 1?
Nah. I mean, we'll see. But the reason why we say that is that Jeremy has unfortunately been cursed with number 2 for, his entire career
playing Pokemon.
in Pokemon.
Yes.
So
it's been like past Singapore Nationals even before we had Regional League, before we had Premier Ball League. Even then, back in Singapore Nationals, he has finished in 2nd place. So hopefully he can overcome the curse in this final tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look. I'm not having my hopes up here, but UCN as well has also come on in 2nd quite a few tournaments as well.
Oh, right, the Asia
one of them will be breaking through that the curse.
Who will be the first to be first?
Hey, that is true. Who is going to be the first to hit first? Who to hit 1?
Let's go look at the prize cards.
Yeah, let's go straight into the game. We are doing up the prize cards. We have Judge Ben there setting up the prize cards for Jeremy. Jeremy's prizes, the Mega Diancie. Mega Diancie not super important, I think, in the mirror match. We do see Fluttermane there, which may be a problem. Secret Box for UCN prize. 2 Psychic Energies. Fluttermane's both prize. Secret Box is definitely going to hurt UCN.
Yes, this is going to be tough here. Remember, this is the finals, but it's also a best of 1 match, right? This 1 match to decide who will be the Premier Ball League champion. It's going to be rough for UCN, but hopefully he has the cards he needs without needing the secret box. It's also very high up in the prize, but it's likely he might not pick it up until near end of the game, though.
Yeah, both players will likely pick up the prizes from the bottom, so I don't think UCN is going to see a secret box until late, but sometimes all you need is a late secret box to find something, to find a late game,
supporter card that you need.
You need like a Iono or maybe even a Lilies, for example.
Yep, you never know, right? You never know. It'll come into play. It may come into play. Here we go. The finals of the Singapore Premier Ball League. UCN on the left, Jeremy on the right. Looks like Jeremy will be the one starting first here. UCN has the marker that shows that he's going 2nd.
I'm so excited to see this.
This is gonna be a big match right now. These are 2 world's caliber players, right? These are players who have been competing at the highest level, and we're gonna see them compete at this finals. Oh, I was so happy about it. I didn't even get my headset prepared set up.
Yeah, look, I mean, both players are dear friends of ours as well, so we're happy to see a finals being a whole GGG, Goodness Gracious Games finals. Happy to see the boys make it so far, but we are going to go finally into the game. We do see Jeremy, is going to be starting first here. Just waiting for a final countdown before we start the game.
Gonna be a Pokemon ZA fist bump probably to start this match.
Straight up, hold your hand straight up, put your fist up in the air, and then give them a bump.
Correct. Looks like UCN has a Mega Diancie at the start. I see a Psychic Energy.
I see some pointing happening.
I see some pointing happening. Jeremy's not revealing his hand.
Getting into the mine is all part of the game. But yes, so this matchup, right? Turbo Energize versus Devo. We'll see which tech card, which TM card is going to be the better one. In the mirror, we see Jeremy starting first, drawing that counter catcher. We see a nest ball being played right now. Jeremy likely going to find something like the Frillish or the Ralts here. I'm not surprised if he finds. I don't think it would be a Monkey Dory at this point, unless he has a Darkness Energy.
Yeah, unless he has Darkness Energy to set up, like he did in his semi-finals match earlier. Of course, first, Nest Ball is going to be a quick deck search, just seeing what cards he has prized. I see he's eyeing on an Air Balloon, probably has thinking about the Arven next turn, maybe.
Yeah, just making sure that he has all his cards available to him, right?
Yep.
He does eye the Frillish. The Frillish means that he does not have a Darkness Energy. We did see a Secret Box in Jeremy's hand in turn 1. But once again, I don't expect him to use it. Both these players have played with each other multiple times. So I'm pretty sure they know what each other are playing.
Yep. I think definitely certain that the Frillish is going to come down as early as turn 1 here. I see double Ultra Ball in Jeremy's hand as well. Could that be a Vault? But he has to discard a counter catcher. So he's going to pass. He's going to want to lose any of those important resources going into this match.
Yeah, as I said earlier, right? Jeremy knows how to control himself. He knows what cards he can discard, what cards he can't, and he decided, look, I can't discard any of these cards at this point in time, so I'm gonna just pass. I'm not in a threat to get rid of the routes. Also, I'm not in a threat of Yusen getting rid of the routes, so I can just kind of chill at this point in time.
Yeah, just take my time here. We already have a Vault on the board in case you get a chance to evolve it into Gardevoir. Yusen also repeating what Jeremy did in the previous round. Darkness Energy attached to his Monkey Dory. Nest Ball immediately for the deck search. Yeah, what is he going to find though? Probably Ralts, I think. Right?
I'm not surprised if it's either a Ralts or if Yusen decides to, if he's able to have, if he has the Turbo Energize in play, this could be a turn for him just to Turbo Energize and slowly set up.
Ooh,
because you can bench the Ralts and then Rare Candy it up into the Gardevoir next turn. You don't necessarily have to have the TM evolution. Yusen is running that 3 copies to Rare Candy, so the possibility of doing something like that is a lot higher than what Jeremy could do on his turn.
You could see just now Yusen just pulling up that energy a little bit. He's just using the way to, that's a way to just count the amount of energy cards he has in his deck, just to be sure. He is going to take out the Vaults from the Nest Ball. This is also the new Vaults from Mega Evolution.
The better Vaults.
The better Vaults.
One energy attachment you can collect, which is just draw a card.
And that draw a card could make the difference.
The draw a card could unbreak you.
Yes, it could. It really could. And he's going to pass as well, so both players taking it very slow here. Jeremy top deck the Technical Michelin Devolution.
Yeah,
so the Secret Box here to discard it, I think.
Yeah, I think Secret Box here could be used. You discard yourself a Lily's Determination, a DTM Devolution. I'm surprised if he's going to discard away the counter catcher though.
I don't think he's going to do that, right? That's probably one of his most favorite cards.
Yeah, there we go. Discards the Iono.
He was thinking about it. He's committed.
So that means that Jeremy is signaling to me that Jeremy is planning to go very aggressive here to try to either gimp or rather knock out the routes at the back or the Monkey Dory in the front, and he's going to start raising prizes.
Jeremy IRL and Jeremy on stream are like 2 different Jeremys, right? I'm seeing a very aggressive side of Jeremy's play here, going for early knockouts instead of letting the opponent take that first prize.
That's right.
Okay, he's eyeing an Artisan, knowing that if he places Artisan, Yusen will be able to find his own basic Pokemon without a rule box.
That's right, that's right. Jeremy here has so many different options right now. Mystery Garden is probably not the play. I think Artisan, he may just pick it up, just toss it away, because I don't think the Artisan is necessarily needed at this point in time. May choose to just get a, I don't know, maybe, I wouldn't get research here, probably get a Arven for next turn, or a Iono, perhaps.
Yeah, but he does hesitate his supporter this turn. He could use that Arven immediately after picking it up. He does get an Earthen Vessel as well. Get some more energies in this card pile, hopefully. He does have Ultra Balls in his hand. 2 Ultra Balls you can use this card. So Arven play immediately dropping it down after picking it up via Secret Box. Remember, Secret Box could pick up a supporter item tool and a stadium card. Here comes the Rare Candy with Bravery Charm on the Arven. Looks like it's Gardevoir early turn probably.
Yeah, look, with the rare candy found being dug out, we have the Urban Vessel to discard away something else. But Artisan gets played first.
Yes.
Artisan gonna be finding the Monkey
Dory.
Dory likely here.
He's
As
the
he's
only
gonna start generating damage counters. No, goes
Oh,
for
the
the Scream Tail. He
Scream Tail.
wants to get rid of the Ralts, and he has everything that he needs right now to
He
get rid
can
of
do it.
He's gonna use the Urban Vessel to get rid of the Ultra Ball to find 2 Psychic Energies. The
Yes,
2
he
Psychic
does
Energies
have.
gonna be discarded away with the Ultra Ball that he has left in hand to find the Gardevoir, and it's gonna be Rare Candy Gardevoir into
Wow.
2 Energy Psychic Embrace onto the Scream Tail. Scream Tail is going to get the knockout onto this routes. We are just seeing it happen more slowly
Yes.
than what I'm saying.
But it's good.
Happening.
It's good. It's good because he's doing it like slowly, turn by turn, playing all the cards correctly. Don't worry, Gardevoir's coming, Scream Tail is coming. That Ralt is gonna get knocked out. Usen's Ralts, I mean. So
Yeah,
Rare
so
Candy,
we see the Rare Candy drop in right now.
Two
We have the 2
energy.
energies in front, so we need to make sure that we can retreat the routes in the front. We see the Rare Candy Gardevoir. So the Gardevoir is going to Psychic Embrace 2 energies to itself, and then it's going to retreat. And then the Scream Tail is going to come up.
yep. So the 4 damage counters is from the Psychic Embrace.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the energy cards. 1 and 2.
And it's just going to be
Knocked.
a Roaring Scream for the knockout on the routes.
Jeremy picked up the Mega DNC from the prize cards.
Which is really great. UCN here is going to be able to use the Artisan, but is he going to pick up a routes? Because if he picks up the routes, it's just going to get roared to the discard pile.
Jeremy's gonna. Usen's probably gonna want to use Mind Bend this turn. He does have a Psychic Energy in his hand, so Mind Bend is a play. He does drop the Ralts though. Jeremy could just respawn with a Scream Tail again, right?
Yeah, you could, but I mean, would you risk losing to the Confusion Dice Roll here?
Probably not, I think. We'll see how it goes though. Let's see a Mind Bend coming into play. That Bravery Charm again, helping your Pokemon survive right now with that extra 50 HP.
Right.
Here comes the Mind Bend play.
So
Mind
Yushin actually can't take a knockout onto this front Screen Tail. He is just going to be able to get a Confusion off. I do see a Gardevoir there. I do see a Darkness Energy, but it is just going to be Mind Bend. So Scream Tail is confused right now. And Confusion check goes whenever Jeremy announces an attack with the Scream Tail. If the Scream Tail is the active spot, you have to roll a dice or flip a coin. If it's heads, the attack will go through. If it's tails, you'll deal 30 damage to yourself.
It's a very risky play, but if you've watched the Master Ball League stream from our past season,
What is
right?
Confusion?
What is Confusion, right?
What
You
is
can just
Confusion?
flip hits. But maybe we haven't seen a single roll for Confusion in our Premier Ball League stream. Maybe the rules have changed. We are still in the same venue though, so we never know whether things are different. Monkey Dory is being eyed up here via the outer zone. We're finally seeing Jeremy's first Monkey Dory. It comes down right now, added to the bench. I think Jeremy also has that Mega DNC for later on as well. Here comes the Air Balloon onto Gardevoir EX and the Lily's Determination.
Gets to refresh his hand for 6 cards right now.
Yep, he already picked up 1 prize, so he won't be able to draw up to 8. But I think he's in the driving seat right now. Let's see if he can solidify his position by knocking out that Yusian's Ralts in the bench.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you were in Yushin's shoes, sorry, if you're in Jeremy's shoes, do you want to take how would you want to take a knockout onto this Ralts?
It's quite tough, right? Because that Scream Tail is confused. I would try not to use Scream Tail if I could, but maybe I could.
Is it worth risking it though?
Yeah, I don't know, right? If you flip tails though,
Just not take a knockout on yourself.
because now you're at 90 HP. With this Wavy Charm, you're at 140. So you will not take a knockout yourself. It might be a decent risk. Especially since Yusen doesn't have any damage counters on inside the board, so it cannot be a Adrena Brain later on. Vault's coming down, a second Vault in case anything happens to Jeremy's first Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, but
Let's see if he's going to go for the roll here. Going to play safe. He's going to drop a second Filish. It's going to be a retreat to item lock, I think. Is it? It is going to be a retreat to item lock.
that's a little bit toxic.
So Yusen's not going to be able to use items next turn here. Is the energy attached from the hand, so it's clean.
Oceanic Gloom,
20 damage. It's Yusen's turn. He does have his Valsy survive. Can he evolve it to Gardevoir? I see a Darkness Energy. I see the Super Rod, Gardevoir EX, but I don't see a Rare Candy. At the very minimum, I think Yusen will be able to get a second vault from the Artisan. Just in case this one gets knocked out, at least he's got 2 vaults.
Yep, Artisan has been used.
Let's see what he picks up from this one. I see
Did we
Killia.
Did we miss the third?
I don't.
vault?
Yeah, is that even there?
No,
Hey,
the
yeah,
vault
it's in the
prize.
prize. It's in the prize. He doesn't
He's
know
looking
it.
through it.
Oh, he just
Trying to find
realized.
his third rust. He just realized.
He's gonna
his third
realize
rust
right
is not
now.
there.
Uh-oh, this is tough now. Here comes the Monkey Dory instead. Vault is in the prize.
Finds the Monkey Dory instead. Decides, hey, look, maybe confusion is the play.
It's gotta be the play right now, right? Mindbend. He's slightly shaking his head, knowing that the Vault is stuck in the prize card. Here comes the Darkness Energy. He's gonna be able to Adrena Brain that 20 damage over.
Yeah, and here's the thing. He has to play the Bravery Charm.
He's
The Bravery Charm,
forced to play the Bravery Charm.
120 damage, but Screen Tail, okay, gets knocked out. No, does he finally get knocked out? No, it doesn't get knocked out.
Doesn't get knocked out.
120 HP.
That's going to transfer to that should be okay. Now it's Jeremy's turn. So the Mind Bend onto Filish. Here comes a Killia. Jeremy
He
has.
needs 2 Psychic Energies for him to retreat the Frillish.
Does he have any?
He has
though?
the 2,
One.
but then he can't attach. He can't Psychic Embrace onto the Scream Tail.
Yeah.
So he needs to stand attached onto the Scream Tail as well. Opts to go for Lily's Determination in order to find a way to discard away the Psychic Energy. He does not want to lose either his Frillish or his Scream Tail at this point in time. He wants to go for the Ralts KO. I like the retreat play earlier.
Yep.
I hope, Jeremy's hoping to find an energy card here so that he's able to retreat and do the play where he's retreating the Frillish and pushing out the Scream Tail
Yep.
manually, attaching it to the Scream Tail, and then just Roaring Scream to take a knockout
Let's
onto
see how it
that
goes.
Ralts.
3, 4, 5, 6.
6, yep.
He does get Psychic Energy.
But
he
does
can
he have a way to discard it? That's the thing. We do see
Yes.
Mystery Garden here. Mystery Garden is going to be able to get rid of 1 Psychic Energy. And yeah, he will be
Yep.
able to. No, he can't. He will be able to because he's down to 5.
Yes.
So he discards 1 Psychic Energy to
Draw.
draw 1 card, and then from there he can do the Frillish play.
Yep, here we go. It's going to discard the Psychic Energy to draw up to 6 cards. He has 4, so he'll be drawing 2 cards. Here we go. It's a Killia.
And a Clefairy, I saw.
Yes, Lily's Clefairy EX.
Oh, you can't see. The thing is, you can't Psychic Embrace to the front.
Yeah,
Frillish as
because
well,
it's already 80
yeah,
HP.
80 HP.
Oh,
So you
they-
have to. Oh, that's interesting. That's
Yu Xian's play is quite sick. Now he's technically locked because we need to clarify that Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace ability. You cannot use it to knock out your own Pokemon, right? It's up to because when you attach it, you take 2 damage counters. But the effect doesn't allow you to do that. So it's gonna hand attach an energy onto the Finish and pass. Okay, Yu Xian has bought himself 1 turn.
That's right. And keep in mind that if Yusen is able to find a rare candy, he's able to use the rare candy this turn in order for him to evolve his his Ralts into a Curlier.
He's eyeing an Iono. I think he's going to play Iono here.
Yeah.
Alright, so both players will be shuffling their hand under their deck and then drawing a fresh new hand on the top. Yusen drawing 6, Jeremy drawing 5 cards. Let's see here. It looks like Yusen got extra supporters in hand that doesn't really want to see. He sees a Killia. I don't think he wants to evolve that Killia, does he?
No, I think it's the only choice he has, though.
There we go.
Yeah, he has to evolve the Curlier. So Curlier is now at 100 HP. Bravery Charm is no longer in effect. So here it feels like it's going to be a pass or a Mind Bang angle. It feels like it's a pass because he wants to buy more time. But Jeremy draws into the Psychic Energy.
Oh, it's what he needs, right? It's just exactly what he needs.
But he's also drawn into the Dark Energy, which is fairly interesting, right?
Now he can do a lot of things, right? He can attach a Dance Energy to the Monkey Dory for an Adrenaline play.
But you can't use Scream Tail, but you can go back into the other.
Yeah, I
Flash
can
if
go
you
back to
need
the other Filish. Let's see how he goes. He's going to Ultra Ball the Psychic Energy away. See what he picks up from this
Probably
one.
another Gardevoir, yeah.
Probably Jellicent EX. Ooh! Oh, this is pretty sick. He's going to go for Jellicent EX here. Completely locking out Yusen from play if he decides to evolve the Filish into Jellicent EX.
Yeah, you can, and you can just Power Press away. Power Press dealing 80 damage, and if you transfer the damage from the back Monkey Dory, because you don't need to you don't need to hand attach to the front anymore.
Yep.
You can then just take a knockout onto the front monkey, no? Yes, it's 80 plus 30. That's 110.
Let's see what he decides to do here. There are many options. You can see that Gardevoir is not really for the beginner. You got really a lot of options to play with Gardevoir. You got many different lines, in fact. Gonna go for the kill layer here to use the Agenda Brain, transferring the damage from the Filish. Counting energy is gonna touch the third energy card with Psychic Embrace. Yep, and it's gonna retreat right now. So here we go. He's gonna use probably hand attach to this Scream Tail for him to attack. Oh, he's already hand attached. Yes, he already hand attached to the Monkey Door. He's gonna. Is it just enough? Not enough. It's already full, right? He can't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a slight. Oh my gosh, it's a slight misplay here, but he's miscounted his HP because the, as we were mentioning earlier, the Scream Tail. You can't use Psychic Embrace to attach to a Pokemon if it's gonna get knocked out. So that Scream Tail is actually 140 HP, and he's forced to pass here because he's already committed the Scream Tail into the active spot. Yu Xian has got another turn to come back. I see Research, I see Iono, 2 Ultra Balls, and a Darkness Energy.
Mathing is hard, apparently.
Mathing is slightly hard. We see it earlier with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, just 10 damage short, and right now, this is going to be tough for Jeremy here.
Yeah, it must have been a misplay. I mean, look, the players have been playing 7 rounds. It's almost 9 hours each day, yesterday and today. So the players are at their wits' end. And unfortunately, Jeremy miscounted the math here, so is unable to take the knockout on the Curlia. But Yu Xian here has the Ultra Ball, so he can evolve into the Gardevoir if he wants to. And once that happens, Yu Xian is back in the game.
Yes, we're definitely having a match here right now for our finals. Here, Ultra Ball discarding Arven, discarding Iono, Gardevoir EX, that Ralts, which was susceptible to getting knocked out 3 turns ago, has finally evolved into Gardevoir EX. Slowly, every turn, Ralts to Killia to Gardevoir EX. This Ralts has survival instincts indeed.
Yes, this Ralts has survived and has finally grown up into a Gardevoir here. This Gardevoir is Yu Xian's only hope. He uses Professor's Research to see a fresh 7 cards in his hand. Sees the Scream Tail as well. Sees the Earthen Vessel. Sees the Ultra Ball. Everything he needs
Everything he wants to play right now. He's back in the game for sure. Earthen Vessel gonna discard. Mega DNC? Gonna discard the Drift Loon. Probably doesn't need it right now. He's gonna go for Double Psychic, I think. Because both his Monkey Dories have Darkness Energy. He is 1 Monkey Dory extra compared to Jeremy.
Yeah,
1 extra Dinner Brain.
And he can potentially go for a 3rd as well now that the Gardevoir is online.
Yes.
This is what I mean. Whoever has more Monkey Dories is more likely to win the match. And the fact that the game has dragged on for so long has bought Yu Xian so much time to build up his Monkey Dories to hand attach slowly every single turn. Yu Xian is now at more advantageous board state than Jeremy. Has the Scream Tail online, has a Drift Loon on his side that Jeremy doesn't. Keep in mind, that is going to be a very big difference when it comes down to the Mega Diancies.
Yes, it will. I did not notice as well. I just looked to my left to see the time. The time is counting down for both players here. We are both at 6 to 5 prizes though. Time could be an element in this matchup.
Yeah, so guys, in this current PBL, when time is called, if players have 4 or less prizes,
Yeah,
4
or more prizes, then they'll be down to, if the first to pick up their prize, right? Because you need to be at 2 prizes to win.
Yes, correct.
Okay, here we go. It's, using Mystery Garden. Yu Xian is using Jeremy's Mystery Garden just as we predicted before the match. Yu Xian taking advantage of that card right now. Drawing 3 cards to make his hand up to 5. Discarding the Psychic Energy to retreat. Here comes Yu Xian's Scream Tail.
But do we see a Bravery Charm of its own? Because
don't
Yu
think
Xian would likely want to get a knockout onto the Monkey Dory at the back with the energy to kind of massively slow things down for Jeremy. But if he doesn't have the Bravery Charm, then maybe putting 4 damage counters onto the Scream Tail to get a knockout onto the Frillish maybe.
That could be
the other alternative here.
Does have 2 energy attached, so that's 4 damage counters.
And
he does have a Adrenal Brain.
Yeah, he does have an Adrenal Brain to work with, so 80 plus that 30 is going to be enough to knock out the Monkey Dory, so I think that is the play that we will see here. But no, Yu Xian attaching 1 more for 6 to the Scream Tail shifting
Ooh.
1,
Shifting
shifting
both.
5?
Huh?
I think,
Oh, he's shifting
yeah.
1. Yeah, he shifted 1. He shifted 1.
yeah, shifting 1 to the Monkey Dory, and then using the other Monkey Dory to shift, I believe, 3 to take a knockout onto the back
Yep.
Frillish.
Take 1 prize
And
from that.
then,
That's his first prize card.
yep, and then Yushen will be able to take a knockout to the Monkey Dory with its own roaring scream because it's now doing 100 damage.
Yes.
And guess what? It's also out of range from a monkey, from an Adrenal Brain from Jeremy. And because Jeremy doesn't have 2 Adrenal Brains set up, he is unable to just shift the damage over to the Scream Tail to take a knockout there.
Momentum has shifted to Yusian's side right now. Yusian has control of the board. He was struggling to get the routes to Gardevoir, and now he has 3 Monkey Dories on his side of the bench. Jeremy is 1 Monkey Dory short. He's probably going to get it back here with Super Rod, I think. So Yusian picked up the Flutter Mane from the prize. That could be another attacker that he might need for the next turn. Okay, Ultra Ball here for Jeremy. I see what he's discarding right now. Looks like it's a Research. And the Jellicent EX. Probably a turn too short to play the Jellicent already right now. Monkey Dory coming back onto the bench. Just eyeing to see what resources he has left. Very, very little cards remaining though.
Yeah, both players have cycled through their decks massively. So there's very, very little left for them, resources left for them to work with.
So
Jeremy here looking at all his outs,
he does have
attaching
a
his
turn of
Darkest
brain.
Energy to the Monkey Dory. Here, they're definitely looking at some sort of like.
Oh,
body
sorry,
press shift
I missed out.
action.
So Jellicent is coming into play. He didn't discard that with the Ultra Ball, so he got Darkness Energy. It's got a Super Rod, a Psychic, a Darkness Energy, and a Monkey Dory into the deck with the Super Rod. Just showing Yusen they're going to shuffle those in. Looks like it's going to be Jellicent EX's time to shine. The first time we're seeing it live on stream here for the Singapore Premier Ball League 25-26 season. Yusen here just shuffling Jeremy's deck. Here comes the Iono play. Jeremy has no hand cards. Yusen going to be shuffle his hand down to draw 4. Jeremy will be drawing 5 hand cards. 3, 4, 5. Should have enough energy to attack with Jellicent as well.
Let's draw into that Earthen Vessel. You're going to
Yep.
use the Earthen Vessel to get rid of the routes to find himself probably a Darkness and a Psychic
Yep.
Energy.
Prepare
Prepare
that
for the next monkey that comes down. But it's looking like he doesn't have many monkeys left to work with here.
I hope if Jeremy's hoping that Iono will stick, right? Hopefully the user doesn't have anything in his hand to continue attacking. Because that means his Flutter Mane that he picked up from the prize has also gone under the deck. That's the key here with Iono, right? You're not shuffling your cards into the deck. You're actually putting the cards, shuffling the hand, and putting those cards under deck. So you're 100% not drawing any of those cards after an Iono play, unless you have like what, 2-3 hand cards, 2-3 deck cards left.
That's right, that's right.
Okay,
So now we're in our final 2 minutes of the match. It's a very, very
it's a
drawn
very
out match. We do see an Adrenal Brain being used right now from Jeremy's side. We're going to see the 30 damage being transferred, I think, from the Gardevoir here. No, it's going to be from the Scream Tail. Scream Tail is going to be doing not 180 damage. So we see 3 damage shifting to the Monkey Dory, and I expect to see maybe a Roaring Scream.
It's going to be a Roaring Scream. It is going to be a Roaring
Yeah.
Scream. Attach 1 energy via Psychic Embrace. That will put it up to 110 damage.
220 damage that he can do right now.
Let's see what he decides to do. Should be a knockout here, but again, it's susceptible to his Monkey Dory getting knocked out the following turn, I think.
Yep.
So Jeremy picks up his Flutter Mane as well. So both players have picked up their Flutter Manes from the prize cards. Jeremy just have it in his hand though. Let's see what Yusian has. He has a Night Stretcher. Exactly what he wants. He has a Darkness Energy to attach to this third Monkey Dory. Now back to his second Monkey Dory because there's only 2 remaining. Second energy in hand. I see Lily's Determination as well, so he can refresh his hand cards.
Oh, we see Mystery Garden
Mystery Garden
first. We
first.
see him draw 1 more card
Ooh, a
from the
Nest
deck.
Ball.
Nest Ball can find out that Flutter Mane here.
He can use that to attack. Let's see what he decides to do though.
Yeah, I think the Flutter Mane here will be able to do a lot. You can shift 1 damage to the back earlier.
Yep.
And if Yushin doesn't have access to counter cash it, so you can't even counter cash it.
Yep.
You have to hit the front.
Nest Ball coming up. Flutter Mane being eyed. Oh. He's eyeing Mega DNC EX for this. It is counting to see how many HP left on this Screamtail. There should be 30 left from this after using Adrenal Brain and then attaching energy back again. Here comes Mega DNC EX once more.
All right, so I believe here time has been called.
Called.
So I believe because both players are at 4 prizes, whoever takes the next prize wins.
Yep.
I think that's how it is. So I think we're just waiting for confirmation on that.
Yes.
But I
Yes.
believe if that is so and there's no board reset, then Yusen will be able to take the next prize here.
Yep, and win the Singapore Premier Ball League of this new season.
But we'll have to wait to confirm, I believe.
Yep, let's see how it goes though. Yusen gonna play his turn out first. It's Lily's Determination, draws 6 cards, yes. Don't draw extra by accident. Oh no! Oh no, Yusen drew 1 extra card! Via Lily's Determination, he can only draw 6 cards. So the game has been stopped right now. The judges are deliberating on how to handle this right here.
Yeah, so it seems as if there has been a extra draw
Yeah.
here
Wow.
on the UCN side. So we are taking a look at what we're leaving it to the judge's decision right now
This is tough.
to figure it out, because I believe the extra information gained from drawing an extra card is potentially can be escalated
Yeah,
up
it could be.
to a
It
1
could
prize
be.
penalty.
Yes, it
And
could.
if it is a 1 prize penalty in that case, then I think the win may go
To
Jeremy. So I'm not too sure what is going to be happening at this point in time.
We will
but
update you
we
once
will
we
update
get.
you once we have the information. So we're just investigating the ruling at this point in time. And yeah, once we have an update, we will get right back to you guys. But how was that?
Wow, what a tight finals game, man. We thought that Jeremy's aggro play has rewarded him again, but that miscalculation with that.
It
with
was
that
down
finish.
to the
Yeah.
wire.
Yeah, it was really down to the wire.
Down to the wire. We saw how, Yusen was literally balancing a knife's edge.
Yeah, because after he looked to his deck, found that there was missing 1 Rouse, and he was like, oh no.
It's over.
It's over. I'm going to put out this Monkey Dory and just pray that my Rouse is safe.
But you know what else he prayed for? He prayed for the miscalculation. From
He
Jeremy.
did. And when that Screamtail went to the active spot and he wanted to attach an energy and it was like, oh, wait a minute. It's just
Oops.
too many damage counters on that Screamtail.
Yeah.
That was pretty rough for Jeremy because that was like a downhill from then on.
Yeah, because I thought he was gonna evolve it up to the Jellicent, move
Yep.
it up, at least take a knockout, and force Yusen into an item block kind of position.
Yes.
But yeah, apparently mathing for Jeremy is a little bit different.
I think as well, the lights are on you on stream in the finals of the Singapore Premier Ball
White
League.
noise is coming through your speakers as well.
Sometimes, that kind of stress, can affect your thinking, especially you just came from a stream match previously as well in the semifinals, right? So
That's true.
that could have played an element in his thinking. May have just like oh, you just miscalculated by 10 HP. That could be.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that on stream earlier with the Mega Venusaur versus
Yep.
Greninja EX.
In our first stream, in fact, if you look back at the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, he thought he would be able to knock out his opponent's Pokemon, but it was 10 damage short.
So close, but yes, we're still waiting for the final rulings of this to happen. Once we have the confirmation, we'll be sure to update all of you back home watching the stream. We are also really keen to figure out what's about to happen, but we are going back to the game right now. It seems like they managed to reverse it.
Yeah,
so
because the card on stream. We can see which card was the extra card that was drawn, right? So here comes the Mega DNC. Here comes the Adrenal Brain from the Monkey Dory. He's gonna knock out this Screamtail, and then there will be 1 more prize. So you can just pick up. You can go for his last 2 prizes now with the Mega DNC. Yusian. Is Yusian win? Yes,
I think Yusian won the game.
Congratulations to Yusian. Yusian should win the match with the last 2 prizes. He should be the first one to pick up 2 prizes. Congratulations
Congratulations to
Yusian.
Yusian for winning the PBL of Singapore.
Yes, the Premier Ball League 25-26 season. Yusian stands on top. He has won his first big major tournament.
Congratulations once again, Kang the Conqueror. Kang
Yes.
Yusian for winning the PBL. And Jeremy, unfortunately, has to stick with the curse of the second.
Second of the second once more. We'll never know because he has definitely already clocked his spot, stamped his way to San Francisco, so maybe he'll make us proud there.
That is true. That is true. Well, we hope that you guys have enjoyed the Premium Ball League stream so far. It's definitely been an absolute honor here, passing the Premium Ball League together with you, Nick. And it's been an absolute blast hanging with you guys for the entire day so far.
Thank you so much for having me, Brian. It was some really, really cool plays. I love seeing, like, I think the highlight for me today was that Slowking match.
Yeah, the Slowking match was an absolute banger. And, having Triforce twice was absolutely amazing. So I'm so glad to see rogue decks like that come and, absolutely do well at tournaments like this.
What was your favorite, of moment of the match of today?
Yeah, no, it was probably the Triforce.
That double Triforce, right? It's unforgettable. I am going to go look for my Slowkings right after this stream.
It just hurts you on a deeper level, I suppose.
Yes, when you do that double Triforce.
Yep. So, guys, we have events happening all the way through to the, I think the GBLs are probably going to be starting soon.
Yes, don't forget, Great Ball Leagues, Ultra Ball
Leagues will likely happen sometime in January, February.
Yep.
So stay tuned, look at the trainer web, and keep your eyes peeled for when these events are being announced. We will be also posting it on the Southern Islands Facebook page. If you do follow us there, do drop us a like, as well as a subscribe on Facebook and YouTube.
Please
all
follow
that
us
good stuff.
there.
But do stay tuned. Gym's events are also happening all week long. Do go to Trainer Web to find the nearest gym event for you.
Support your local game shop, right, guys? And also, if you're in the Suntec area, still come down because there's a lot of Pokemon goodness happening all around Suntec Mall.
Tower 1 and Tower 2 atrium, all right? Don't come to 404 anymore. We're closing up.
Yeah. Catch the holiday magic with at Suntec with Pokemon.
Yeah. All right. Till then, guys, we'll see you next time. Take care.